I think we're good. What is up, chat? Someone said playing music from the GOATs. Well, you're not entirely wrong. I mean, Asteroid Close Stacked 1 is the GOAT level in the game. And the game definitely ain't no GOAT, though. Hey, Prem, are you still skeptical? What, about Frontiers? What's the definition of skeptical? Let's be sure before I say anything. Not easily convinced, having doubts or reservations. I don't know if it's doubts. I feel like the idea of skeptical is almost like, I'm skeptical that it will be a masterpiece kind of thing. That's kind of what skeptical sound like to me. If I'm convinced that I don't think it's gonna be a masterpiece, am I still skeptical or am I just convinced? Do you know what I mean? I don't want to stop anyone's hype before people get mad at me. It's just, I was asked the question. There was an Iizuka interview, I think a video interview. I don't know where it is though. So if anyone knows where to find that would be great, because I know there's a text interview, I found that, but there was some kind of video interview as well, I think. And I ain't seen that yet, so we got quite a few links to deal with today. A lot's been going on. So as I mentioned in some videos. What's up, Bradley? Yo, Marshall, with $2. My day becomes better anytime I see Penn's face. How are you, Penn? Man, I'm not gonna lie, I'm exhausted. Like, I saw the news early in the morning and I was like, I can't be bothered right now to make a video. Let me see if anything else comes up. And I had to go on like a long ass drive to do some shit, and I was just like, I can't be bothered to do shit. And then there was like more news coming out. And I was like, in my head I was like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. But then tomorrow my birthday, so I'm like, fuck streaming Frontiers on my birthday. So I'm like, either I'm gonna be an extra day late and do it the day after, or I'm gonna do it today. So I'm like, let's do it today then. Like, let's call it a day. So we out here. Someone said we have the same birthday. You got August 31st. Welcome to the youngest in the year club. Hope it serves you well. Spoiler alert, it won't. Probably better to be the oldest in the year, to be honest. You stream on your birthday? I don't know, man. We'll see. Depends on how I'm feeling. Subscribe to the Non-Silent channel. Link in the description. We're trying to hit 10k subs this year. But yeah, I'm joining the 27 club tomorrow. We'll see if I make it out. Anyway. Frontiers news. There's one other thing I want to see. What's the name of that Frontiers fanboy who doesn't like me? Well, they all don't like me, but yo, Marshall, the $2. You don't have to force yourself. Nah, it's cool, man. It's cool, man. I had a coffee, I'll be fine. Well, I'm still actually having that coffee, but yeah, I was just a bit tired, that's all. Sometimes I'm just a bit tired. I can't bother to like do shit, but yo, That one dude donated $2. Said, "Hope you're doing good." Man, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. There's a specific screenshot I'm looking for. Oh yeah, this is actually an interesting tweet I want to look at as well. There was one other thing I was looking for. There was one image I saw that I wanted to. Where is it? There was a shot of the desert island that looked more interesting. I seem to have misplaced said image. It looked really good. Here we go. Here we go. New shot from Ares Island. Yeah, this one. I mean, you can't really tell it's a Sonic game looking at this because it's just a photorealistic desert, but it looks good. It looks good. I mean, graphically, this game was on point, so I can't even be mad at that. We got this Sky Sanctuary shot. This dude said things are getting way too corrupted in cyberspace, and they said that because Sonic is running through the generation style Sky Sanctuary, but Sky Sanctuary is from Sonic 3, and then they're using Sonic Unleashed Dragon Road level design featuring enemies from Sonic 2's Chemical Plant. So it's an amalgamation of basically shit we've seen before, is what they're trying to say. But there's Iizuka explained it. Where's the Iizuka interview? I ain't got no structure right now. Like, I mean, I've got a bunch of links I need to go through, but it's never like a perfect order. I want to find the place where he made the excuses. I thought it was this one. Ugh. There was an interview where Iizuka like justified his rehashing. Well, he kind of. Watch the gameplay on IGN Japan. It's 4K. Let me see. I mean, not that you guys are gonna benefit from the 4K because I'm streaming at 1080p, but I mean, thanks for benefiting me. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love. Oh, I typed in Tails channel and not Tails channel, and I got a completely different account on Twitter. Huh. What do you know? There's a Tails channel. Trying to find the article where Iizuka justifies the rehashing. That's what I'm looking for right now. Don't downplay Frontiers like fans did Unleashed. I mean, look, Unleashed was a whole new gameplay style. There were people that weren't going to like it. Same with Frontiers. But I don't dislike Frontiers because it's open world. I mean, open world is not my go-to style of gameplay, to be honest, but that's not the reason I dislike it, you know? I'm not even say I dislike Frontiers, it's just more so it's not stimulating me enough, aside from like the graphics and maybe the combat, I guess. I think it was the Eurogamer article, actually. It might be the Eurogamer article. See, these people, they don't be citing their sources sometimes, so you can't find where they're getting the shit from. I want to read the Eurogamer article. So, obviously, if you don't already know, there was a public demo for Frontiers, and at the same time there was a second demo which was embargo'd, which the embargo lifted. That's why we're getting so much news now. So this is why we didn't see this shit before. So I want to read this first before we get into all the footage and shit. I know people want to see visuals, but I want to get into this interview first because I want to discuss Iizuka's excuse for more rehashing. It says Sonic Frontiers wrestles with taking the series' essence to the open zone. Actually, let me put some more chill music on here because it's a bit intense. Let's go with that. Sonic Frontiers wrestles with taking the series' essence to the open zone. Studio head Takashi Iizuka and Sonic Team's intentional efforts to balance old with new. I know some people thought it was accidental. Like, oh, they didn't mean to. Come on, right? Too much level design was reused. It was obviously intentional. All right, let's zoom this in a bit. I got bad eyesight. Back in May of 2018, I remember briefly asking Junichi Masuda, then of Pokemon developer Game Freak, whether Pokemon might one day follow the likes of Zelda, yada yada yada. Balance the, what did it say? Follow the likes of Zelda, open world format. It's a possibility if they could find the right way to balance the traditional Pokemon staples of the open world formula that was providing so successful elsewhere. It wasn't until this January, a good 4 years later, that we saw that possibility in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Alright. Pokemon is barely relevant here, of course. Alright. People do like to cut that thread or go further and suggest it doesn't really exist. The common point made is that while these games like to market themselves in the same way, finishing a trailer with a series mascot channeling a bit of a Casper David, what is all this? Can you get to the fucking point, please? God. Always yapping and yapping, just get to the fucking point. Playing some Sonic Frontiers though, and speaking to Sonic Team Studio head Takashi Iizuka, you see where that kind of thinking goes wrong. The common thread here isn't a mechanic or premise like Zelda's discovery via systemic physics, or Pokemon's catching catalog scientific method. It's the step back from that, the realization that the medium as a whole has evolved at least a little, and that there are some players who want to decide their own goals and discover things themselves. Some kind of openness, an open world or area with Sonic Frontiers, what the team is calling open zone, is the natural next step. But it's the goal of all these games that ties them together, to take that next step while keeping the series' essence intact. The essence of a great Sonic game, Iizuka says, or just how he defined the best parts of playing it, is really the fun feeling you have while moving. So whether it's a 2D game or 3D game or an open zone game, it's really that sense of enjoyment that I'm running with Sonic at a high speed and thinking, this is fun, I'm having a great time. That to me is the essence. I mean, I don't really think he defined the essence of a great Sonic game. I mean, yeah, running Sonic at high speed is a nice thing to do, but it's what are you doing with that high speed, right? You know, no one wants to drive a car and just drive in a straight line, right? You want twists and turns. You want, like, you know what I mean? Like, you want to change gears and feel the shit accelerate. You know, you want variation. You know, otherwise you could just make straight line levels and for us to just boost through, and that would be fun. I mean, Luminous Forest was basically that, right? It wasn't fun, but yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. Obviously, we got some screenshots. These are the old ass screenshots. But this one's new. This one's new. But yeah, it's very clear to me that just going fast does not make it fun. Thank you. You could be, you know, just running in a straight line and see what you go fast, but it's going to be kind of boring. You're not going to feel like you're going fast. Alright, Iizuka, cool. And it's really through the design of the course and the things that you're having to do where you feel that speed and where you feel that fun. It's like he says the right thing sometimes. Yeah, then he doesn't show it in the gameplay. You just admit it. Going in a straight line super fast is going to be boring. It's the design and the things you have to do that makes it interesting. So regardless of whether it's a 2D game or a 3D linear zone, it's that sensation, that feeling when you play a Sonic that the team is really focused on. Iizuka explains the history of Sonic is as really 20 years or so of following the same linear game design style with the 3D linear zones of Sonic Adventures. I mean, they were linear, but they weren't super linear. I mean, they were still A to B levels. Let's not get it twisted. But they had more freedom, more than developers intended. Let's be fair, but okay. At this point, he says, the team kind of felt like we were hitting a limit of what we could do and how we could innovate on the game. And we really wanted to challenge ourselves to do something new and make something that's going to last for the next 10 plus years as a new game format. This is really that third or second, I guess this is the third kind of iteration of Sonic the Hedgehog gameplay. Isn't it the fourth? You had Classic, you had Adventure, you had Boost. Open Zone would be 4, right? I mean, are we gonna pretend that Adventure and Boost are the same thing because they're both 3D? I don't know. I mean, they like to blend them together for some reason. I mean, I feel like there's a significant enough difference between Adventure and Boost. Even though SA2's levels do have that linear thrilly feel that Unleashed also has, but they're still different. But it's taking that same Sonic high-speed action that we know from the linear and 2D platforming and putting it in that open space, and that's what the open zone concept is. Circling back a little later in the conversation, Iizuka elaborates a little more on the perceptions of what open zone really means. I think a lot of people, they're just kind of looking at the videos or they see a screenshot. It's very easy for them to see the open space and say it's an open world game. But open world is something that he associates with creating a whole world and creating other characters in that world, and putting you as the character alongside those other characters in the world and saying, now go do the things you're going to do in this world I've created. With Frontiers, he explains that's not what we're trying to do. That's not the intention behind the game. The open zone concept really came from, we want this open space to exist, and inside of this open space, we want something for people to do high speed action platforming, running, jumping like a playground for Sonic. We want that to be in an open space, not in a linear format. The purpose of that open area is completely different for us versus like an open world game, he says, where we have a town on, this side of the map. You want you to walk across to the other town because some other character told you to go over there and get something for them. I still don't think that's a justification for calling that open zone as opposed to open world. He's kind of defined open world as, oh, there's NPCs and they're making you travel from here to there, and because we're not doing that, it's not an open world. I mean, even if the objectives are different, if it's a sandbox style space, then it'll still be classed as an open world. I mean, I don't mind calling it open zone, like, because Sonic and zone sounds cool, right? But they're trying to really make it like it's some big difference. Like, it's not a world, it's a zone, right? Like, it's not an act, it's a zone, it's a zone, like how we had acts in the Sonic games, and then Lost World came and changed it to zones. So you had zone 6, and that was like the 6th act in an area. It's like they're just interchanging words, really. It feels like a word interchange that they're trying to make bigger than it is. Again, it doesn't really matter, it sounds a bit pretentious, but I don't really care. It's just kind of funny to me. The core challenge of this for Sonic Team, albeit a challenge that Iizuka describes as necessary, was making that leap to having you be able to run around freely in open areas without losing that Sonic essence. When we talked about the different games, Iizuka said, it's really not the game telling you what to do next and providing you with your next challenge. It's creating this open area and filling it with tons of things to do. Instead of the game telling you what to do, the user's now deciding what the user wants to do next, and that was really the challenge the team needed. I mean, open world games have done this exact thing before, just allowing you to be free and go in the direction that you feel is right based on what you want to do. I mean, a lot of the Souls games do that. I mean, Elden Ring was basically open world, that does that. Is that no longer classed as open world? But some of that challenge can be felt in playing Sonic Frontiers. Oh yeah, these screenshots are beautiful, by the way. Like this one and this nighttime one with these like lit up cactuses. I don't know what's lighting them up, but shit's beautiful. Some of that challenge can be felt in playing Sonic Frontiers. It's an odd game with Sonic's traditional gameplay, probably the furthest from a natural fit out of any of the series that made a recent leap to open worlds. An open zone, if you're still not totally sure, is essentially a giant level, a big plot of land that you can run around freely, with some decidedly Sonic-y structures and bunches of enemies dotted across it for you to parkour around and about at speed, or if you prefer, totally ignore as you explore. So basically there's things for you to do, but you don't have to do every single thing, right? This time I played the second zone in Sonic Frontiers called Ares Island, which is more of a desert-like biome with old, noticeably ring-themed ruins sprouting up from the dunes, and which features slightly more elaborate obstacles than the first area shown to the press earlier this year. Your core objective was also explained a little more explicitly. What you're trying to do is get the Chaos Emeralds out of the things called the Emerald Dots. In order to do so, you need to first defeat bosses called the Guardians. All of the Guardians, when you defeat them, will drop a portal gear. Portal gears will unlock the portals, which will take you to cyberspace, the 2D style linear areas you've already heard about. In cyberspace, there are different challenges, and completing the challenges will get you a vault key, which you can use to unlock a vault and get a Chaos Emerald on to the next. They were making it seem like the cyberspace was like completely optional or very optional, but it doesn't sound like it. I don't know. I mean, I guess, could you skip cyberspace and do a bunch of combat stuff to get the vault keys? I don't know. This is a process that seems convoluted to the point of Byzantine. What is that? Is that a chemical? What is that? Well, I don't know all that shit. It's actually a bit more simple in practice. You defeat a boss to unlock a more traditional Sonic course to unlock the next zone. It's like that with much of Frontiers, it seems. Dropping into the game's second level, you're assaulted with icons and collectibles. Collect some kind of ring, orb, gem, fragment, seed. You're told to help free the bitch boy, or reach a new area, or in the case of a deeply Breath of the Wild-like Starfall event, which turned the odd nighttime into a blood moon style frenzy of resurrected enemies, you will need to sprint about collecting star fragments to spin the wheels of some kind of abstract fruit machine which sits awkwardly across the middle of the screen. Alright. A quick note on characters. Will Shadow be in the game? No. Will we always play as Sonic? Yes. So no other playable characters confirmed. No Shadow, even though he's a Sonic clone. Modders will put that in no time, but you know, just not officially, clearly. There are also things to collect, which let you level up, unlocking new moves for combat, or the ability to chain more elaborate combos together. Yeah, which is to run about the world following whatever twinkling pinball platform catches your eye. These little courses are fun and very reminiscent of Sonic Adventures, but also oddly passive, effectively asking you to tap the odd jump or dash button at the right time when you're catapulted across. So Eurogamer are basically saying it's passive, so they've simplified it, they've basicified it. You just jump or dash or whatever. It's not as complicated or not as intense. You know, you're doing less. We already know that, but combat, meanwhile, is fine for the moment, although not sweeping me off my feet just yet, likely because the real enjoyment will come with chaining movement and attack combos with the type of fluidity I've neither mastered nor unlocked at this stage. Opening boss fight is quite simple. Do a quick massive platform course up to its eye level to fight it. You have to hop between 3 circular rails that surround it, avoiding attacks long enough to fully. Okay, we know all that side loop shit. I want to start skimming through this. If I see things we already know that's not really heavily opinionated, then I can skip it. Okay. Depth is a similar issue for the cyberspace zone I played, which is unlocked after defeating this boss and pinging around another course of air pinball to a special obelisk. There's been some chatter about these zones reusing old Sonic levels, which Iizuka is quite keen to clarify. Alright, we'll get into the meat now. Here comes Iizuka with the clarification. Cyberspace zones are what he describes as the digital expression of the worlds and the memories of Sonic the Hedgehog. So when you go into the portal, he says it's a world that is created from Sonic's memories, the places that he's been to, like Sky Sanctuary, Green Hill, and other levels that were in Generations, conveniently. Cyberspace is creating a world based off his memories. And we've got the screenshots here. I think we've seen this one before. Yeah, I think I covered this in a previous video. Although this one's definitely new. Graphically though, this is beautiful, I can't lie. You want to kind of reuse those memories, we know that. Like the memories we have as well, because we played the games of Sonic, but the team is doing it intentionally to kind of poke at those little points that some players are going to pick up on immediately. Like, I remember this exactly! Yes, it's exactly what we remember from the past. That makes me smile. It's exactly copy-pasted from the past level. That makes me smile, that makes me happy. I'm so glad I bought this game. If it was something original, I would have been upset. So thank you for copying the level design verbatim. Thank you, Iizuka, for knowing exactly what we want. I remember this exactly. I'm ecstatic. And we are making levels that maybe look different, but feel the same as other things you've experienced. There's going to be a mix of those very intentionally nostalgic or familiar areas, but there will also be some brand new things that nobody's ever seen before. Iizuka and his love of rehashing, man. Like, I get it. Like, the casuals, they're not as burnt out on this shit because, like, let's be real, they don't remember a lot of this shit. You can't even play Generations on PS5. You can't play Generations on PS4 without like PS Now, right? Because PS4 is not backwards compatible. If you got a Series X, you can play it. I think you can play it on a... Yeah, I think you can play it on a Series X, right? Backwards compatibility. But that's only because Microsoft is so proactive with backwards compatibility. Had it not been for that, Generations is a game that has not been on any recent generation of console. So a lot of new generation Sonic fans, especially anyone who joined from like the movie era, they don't even remember generations like that. All this rehashing of old themes, you know, they're not really that bothered. They're like, whatever. Like, you're copying the old game with better graphics, cool, we'll just play the new one, right? To them, it's just like buying a remake of a game where they never played the original. It's basically a new game to them. Like, you know what I mean? When I played Spyro Reignited, I'm like, I ain't never played the original Spyro, so this is a new game to me, basically. You know, that's just how it be. We got a bit more here. Familiar or not, these could be a bit of a struggle, with Sonic's Dash going remarkably far. Yo, Stevie D with a $10 donation. I love how they're really making lore excuses for reuse of not only assets but level layouts. Throwback Galaxy and Mario Galaxy did this idea way better. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of annoying when they do this, because then they give the defense squad this pseudo ammo, right? If the defense squad had guns right now, you've just given them blanks. They think they got some shit in there, but it's not real. See, there was a story reason for them being lazy, so it makes sense. No, they decided the game they wanted, and then they made the story to revolve around the game they wanted, right? That's how these things are done. They decided they wanted to reuse old levels. They said, how can we make this make sense in the story? Flynn, come up with something. Maybe it wasn't even Flynn, I don't even know, but come up with something. Well, he's got some kind of memory issue, so the portals are revisiting his memories, but they're glitched out. So copy this level design, but with the aesthetic of these textures from Generations. Marshall donated $2, said, can't wait in the next Sonic game where Sonic becomes addicted to Mary J and starts hallucinating levels from his past. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like, haven't they done this before? Like, Generations, literally the whole plot was like, well, it wasn't like memories, it was like the timing to grab the locations and plop them in the white world, and then Sonic just runs through them again, you know? But I don't know, it's just so convenient that not only is it Sonic's old memories, but it's conveniently the ones from Generations again. It's not even like, oh, they're his old memories, here's some shit you ain't seen before, like, or it hasn't been rehashed prominently, like, let's bring back Crazy Gadget, or let's bring back fucking, what's a good level from SA1 that doesn't get used? Red Mountain, or let's bring Egg Fleet from Heroes, or let's bring, I don't know, Jungle Joyride from Unleashed. Let's just completely just, let's pick something from fucking Rush, I don't know, Night Carnival. Like, it's always the Generations ones. Green Hill, Chemical Plant, Sky Sanctuary. Nowadays, I play Sonic 1, I finish Green Hill, I'm expecting to see Chemical Plant. When I see Marvel Zone, it's like a split second where I go, oh yeah, Chemical Plant doesn't come after Green Hill, it's Marvel Zone. They put them together so many times, you think that Chemical Plant came right after Green Hill. And then now Sky Sanctuary as well, you know, now they've got the city level, which I don't know if that's supposed to be City Escape or Empire City, it's some kind of city level. Anyway, Kingdom Valley and Hedgehog Engine 2 would go so hard if the level layout was decent. Oh, Kingdom Valley would be beautiful in Hedgehog Engine 2. You know, they wouldn't surpass the original level though. I know people are gonna be like, oh, 06, but Kingdom Valley was a golden level. I don't care what anyone says. That shit was fire, fire. Visually, audioly, gameplay, level design wise, like at least Sonic's one. Familiar or not, these could be a bit of a struggle with Sonic going remarkably far and rendering impossible to maneuver in the air to the point where it's hard to travel at any kind of speed at all. That's likely at least part of the goal here. High speed travel is as much as a reward in Sonic as it is the way to earn it, but it's one that felt entirely beyond me in the 20 odd minutes I had with the game in total. He's saying it was struggling to go fast. Isn't there like an unlimited boost mode for you or something like that if you're struggling. I don't know. But yeah, the whole Iizuka thing, it's such a lame excuse. They said there'll be some new levels. I'm guessing the city one is going to be classed as new, I think. I don't know. I don't know what the ratio of old to new is going to be. Sonic Mania was like 60% old to 40% new, so I guess that's a point of reference we can use. Sonic Forces was, because Forces did the same shit. Let's not forget, Forces did the same shit. So, again, I'm disappointed, but not surprised. Where's the part where they showed the areas in the game? Alright. You got Green Hill, Chemical Plant City, Death Egg, Mystic Jungle, and then Metropolis, and then Eggman Empire Fortress. That's 7 areas, right? So Green Hill, Chemical Plant obviously rehashed. Death Egg. Well, that's just a regular Death Egg. I mean, I don't. It's not really like. Would you count that as a rehash? I don't know. I don't think so. So it was really just Green Hill and Chemical Plant. I guess the other 5 were because Metropolis was original. Like, I mean, yes, we've had a Metropolis before, but it was like a white city, so it was kind of its own thing. And then Mystic Jungle was its own thing. I like that environment in terms of visually. I think it was a nice environment. You know, especially that casino forest. Like, that was a cool concept for a level. I'm not saying the level itself was good, but like aesthetically, a casino forest. That's a nice original concept. So they really had 2 rehashed areas, but because they used Green Hill so many times, the Chemical Plant so many times, it was like several rehashed levels. But here we got confirmed Green Hill, Chemical Plant, Sky Sanctuary, plus level design from other games. I don't know if they're going to pick any other environment, if we're including the city level as some kind of speed highway, or if they're going to go into the City Escape, Seaside Hill territory. Zippo said they were going to take a lot more for Generations, so I don't know. But yeah. We'll look at the gameplay soon, don't worry. We'll check it out. So another reminder that Sonic Frontiers has been a challenge to make, albeit click. Wait, we scrolled? Okay. Oh no, we're still in the right place. The combat, for instance, was described as a dilemma. I wanted to have more things that Sonic can do, more attacks Sonic can have. But when you start making Sonic kind of stop and attack enemies, you're defeating the whole high-speed action. I need to race to the finish line kind of concept for the gameplay. And that's kind of what the problem. The difficulty was putting in that combat system. If you put it in, you're kind of stopping the gameplay. If you don't put it in, then the enemies just tend to become objects to get in your way that are stopping you from reaching your goal. So it was really a question of, if we're going to put in combat which you wanted to do, then how could we do it? The answer that we came up with is this open zone format, because you're now free to do whatever you want. You're on an island looking for things to do. In other words, he says engaging in combat is something that we want to provide. If you're going to provide enemies, you got to make sure it's fun, and that's really where you think, well, now we need to put in a combat system so we can have people want to engage the enemies, defeat the enemies, enjoy it, and then run off to do whatever they want to do next. Essentially what he's saying is the only reason they made the open world is because they wanted to put in a combat system, but then not piss people off because it was stop and go, like what, the Werehog, where you had to defeat enemies. So by making it open world, they can allow that or justify it, because I guess you could skip certain enemies. You know, I guess that's what they're kind of saying. But even still, you'd still be defeating the whole race to the finish line concept of the gameplay, because the open world is not racing to the finish line. You're kind of taking your time exploring. So, I mean, anyway, I think he means stop and go like Spark. Yeah, I mean, stop and go has been a staple in the franchise for years though. It's only recently that they've stopped doing it. Stop and go has been around, like, you know, SA2 had some stop and go. Heroes had quite some stop and go. Sonic Rush had stop and go. 06 had stop and go. Well, 06 bad, so I can't use that example. But plenty of well-received Sonic games had stop and go, you know. Sky Sanctuary and Sonic 3 had bosses in the middle of the level. Isn't that stop and go? You know? Like, Sonic 3 had tons of stop and go. Switches, things you had to activate to proceed. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with stop and go. I mean, talking to someone who liked the Werehog, so, you know, I wouldn't even say I dislike stop and go. I don't think everything has to be luminous forest, like, fly past everything. If Sonic Rush, the first boost game, which set the standard, and quite frankly, isn't Sonic Rush still the highest rated boost game? Like, let me check my facts before we get on this shit though. 8.2, 8.0. Compare that to colors, let's see. 8.278. Okay. So Rush got a lower score from the users but higher from critics, and then Colors got lower from critics, higher from users, and then Generations, that got 8.277. What other boost games am I missing? That got 8.5. So in terms of critically, Rush was the highest, but in terms of user score, well, somehow it's lower than Colors. That makes no sense, but okay. If you like 2D boost, then Rush is better than Colors. But the point I was trying to make is that Rush was the first boost game, and they had stop and go, and people didn't complain then. But I don't know. Sonic Rush, love those bottomless pits. Man, you lot of babies, okay? Nothing wrong with some pits. Just don't fall in them, okay? You know what I mean? Like, okay, I'm not saying there should be pits everywhere. Sometimes Rush went overboard, you know, but, you know, it was annoying on time attack when you're trying to get a good time and then you just boosted off some ledge somewhere, you weren't paying attention and you just, you know, fell into that pit. But, you know, I'd rather that than the basic shit we got now. Anyway, it's not unfair to say that some of the tension is still present in Sonic Frontiers, but the upside is that it makes for a decidedly curious game to play, something new if nothing else. A game that's taken the leap to the open format like plenty of other long-running previously linear series before it, but one that's also doing it in very much its own way, just like fellow mascots have done too. Alright, so yeah, Iizuka made his excuses for reusing the levels. I personally, I'm not happy with that, you know, because it's not just the reuse of levels, it's the reuse of the same reuse levels as well. Like, if the level has already been reused in Generations, it's too soon to bring it back, right? I mean, yes, it's been 11 years, but you brought it back in Forces, you brought it back in Mania, at least Green on Chemical Plant. Something else could be brought back. Something more obscure. Level design wise, they're picking some other things like Dragon Road or whatnot, but you shouldn't have been reusing level design. In terms of environments, should have been lesser used things. If you're gonna be lazy, then at least steal from something else, right? Egg Fleet, Hang Castle, Lost Jungle, Bullet Station, you know, if we're talking 06, Kingdom Valley maybe, you know. Aquatic Base would be cool as a boost level, right? You know, like all these amazing tropes that you made at a time when you actually enjoyed being original. Those are what you should be stealing from, right? Stealing the same ones, like, you know, because oh yeah, that's Green Hill, I recognize that. It's kind of despicable, but yeah, I get tired of saying the same things. Let's get into this 4K 60 FPS gameplay. I want to check this out now. So this is the Ares Island. So what was that there? He stopped on the ground and he like charged. Was that a spin dash jump? Or was that some kind of combat move? They say this is 4K, but they must have made the bitrate seriously low because this is not some sharp 4K. Yeah, this is like some 4K low bitrate shit or something. Or just some upscale 1080p. I don't know. This is not sharp 4K. My 4K content is sharper than this. Alright. Sonic's unloading on this boss. side looping on this thing. And the combat here is definitely more flashy than, say, an Unleashed. Personally, I wouldn't say I like it more than the Unleashed combat from what I've seen. You know, I liked Unleashed combat, to be fair. Not like it was the greatest combat in the world, but it was fun. But this combat looks fun, too. It is kind of interesting to see regular Sonic doing, like, combat. Alright. So, that was some kind of wall running section. But then he kind of fell off onto the other side of the wall. Man, that did nothing. Frontiers combat, oddly enough, feels like the incarnation of stop and go. Well, that's the thing. They said they developed the open world so that they could do the combat and it wouldn't feel like stop and go. I guess their argument is that you can choose to run away from the combat if you don't want to do it. Whereas in a linear Sonic level, if there's a forced combat section, you have to do it. So here you have that choice of, I'll just skirt around these enemies. You know, like those games where you have to, like, assassinate someone. They give you the option of using stealth and being quiet, or just ambushing them and then you know, getting completely bombarded with tons of guards and shit. It's like your choice, right? Do it the way you want, kind of thing. Or maybe you can attack from the top, or you can come in from the bottom. Like, you got some kind of choice on the way you want to do things. So maybe if you do some other missions, maybe some puzzles or whatever, then maybe you don't have to do as much combat, kind of thing. Giving you the freedom to skip it, which I don't know why you'd play the game to skip the combat when the puzzles aren't anything to write home about so far. And these are the Cocos. The Cocos are the new species of the decade. I've been saying this, but like every decade you get like a new species that they want to push on your face, right? So the 90s, or at least the early 90s, it was like the flickies, right? Then you enter like the adventure era, and then it's like the chow, right? So that's like the late 90s, 2000s. So 2000s, that was like chow era. Tamagotchi era, chow era, you know what I mean? Then 2010s, it was the Whis, Iizuka's finest, his favorite creatures. Now he's done with them, tossed them to the side. Now 2020s, since they said they wanted to use this gameplay formula for like a decade, now the new creature is Cocos. So they're probably going to milk that for this decade, and 2030s we'll get some other random creature. Alright, it's the city level. I don't know why they don't put the music in here. Like, it would really help with the atmosphere. So yeah, I mean, this is that like standard Kishimoto style basic level design. Just running, jumping through hoops. You know, like a few rail switches. You know, like that's standard shit. Like, let me look at that again. How many seconds was that gameplay? Let me see. Like, the Kishimoto boost levels, like, they just be so basic. You can't drift unless it's a designated drift section. So you're just running. Just running. You jump through a hoop. Dash panel. Then you run some more, no drift. Then you jump through another hoop. Then there's a platforming section. You jump through the hoop. To skip it. Quick left, right on the rail switching. Jump through the hoop. Oh, then there's another hoop. Like, so many hoops here. You think it was fucking like basketball players designing these levels. Let me just quickly like Let's compare it to another city theme level. Let's see. Let's see if there's any difference. So that's the thing, like, I think they had more quick stepping sections in the Unleashed and Generations boost levels. So first off here, you got a rail on the side here. So just a little additional thing you could do. Straight into the loop. Was there a loop in what we saw? Let me see. There was no loop. You just, I don't know what it is. The levels just feel so basic. I mean, boost is not the most complicated thing anyway, but like running in hoops and no drift and no use of the quick step sections or anything like that. Just running and jumping in hoops. Alright, let's go back to Empire City. So we hit our first loop, back into the rail, bam, straight into the bottomless pit. You gotta think fast. You ain't got no time to be like, oh, what hoop are we jumping through now? No, you gotta hit the enemies first. Oh, then you hit the light dash. Where the light dash sections in cyberspace? They don't even have none. Hit the light dash. Now you're on this path. Quick step, quick. You ain't got no time. There's hazards. Quick, hit that tight drift. Shit, mess up, you die. All right, quick step. Bam, bam, bam. Hit that. Now you're running up the building. Oh shit, what we doing now? Shit. Oh, there's another pit. Where are we going? Oh shit, there's a rotating thing. There's hazards. Oh shit. Another pit. Platforms. Uh-oh. Electrical enemies. Hit them at the wrong time. I'm dead. Okay, now we grab up the thing. Okay, what we got here? Enemies. Oh shit, light dash to get out quicker. Oh, now we're going to the right. Oh shit. Boost. Hit that. Oh, now we're hanging on to that thing. Oh shit, wait. There's glass. Stomp there. Hit the rainbow ring. Light dash. Fling in. Boost into the glass. Straight into the loop, into the road. Bam. Hit the QTE. Ain't got no time to chill. Right into the road. Now there's traffic. Oh no, it's not the traffic section yet. Now you got this. Now you got a swerve. I think the defense squad just invaded your chat. Really? They invaded my chat? Oh! Kishimoto. Oh my god. Kishimoto. Someone named Kishimoto has donated $30 and said, happy early birthday, man. I borrowed some Heroes level design just for you. Thanks for being the most entertaining Sonic content creator. You're a legend, man. Thank you for the very generous support, Kishimoto. If that really is Kishimoto, then please port Sonic and the Secret Rings to modern consoles without the motion controls. I promise I'll support it. Anyway, where were we? I was just trying to make a point that the boost has definitely been feeling a bit basic, that's all. I mean, boost was never the most complicated, but again, like I look at these levels, like people were gushing over this on Twitter, and I didn't understand why. Like, there's no like quick step section, no drifting here, no loops. I don't know. Like, I'm not being stimulated here. That's all I'm saying. Is it bad? No. There's nuance in the world. Like, at the end of the day, there's a few other paths, cool, but multiple paths is not what makes a good Sonic level. It's nice, but it's not what makes a good Sonic level. Good level design is what makes a good Sonic level. If you could have 3 pathways, but all the pathways are basic Forces pathways versus one pathway, and it was like Generations Unleashed style of platforming or movement, I would rather pick the one pathway, right? Would you rather have 3 meals that are shit tasting or one really tasty meal, right? At the end of the day, I would have that one meal the whole day, and if it was really delicious, I'll starve for the rest of the day. Versus 3 shit meals, I'm not even looking forward to them. It tastes like prison food. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. Alright, let's go back to Ares Island. don't know if we've seen this enemy before. Unleashed donated £5 and said, "It's the speed. You can't have quick reactions with how slow cyberspace is." The speed? Let me finish this and I'll go back and look at the cyberspace gameplay again because... Okay, it's already finished. Alright. So you're saying because it's slower, you can't do the quick reactions. But like... there's got to be more that you can do than just this. And I mean, who told them to make it slower? They're boost levels, right? Like... See, if this was unleashed, right? If this was unleashed, these cars would be speeding at you and you'd be swerving them, right? Like, Empire City has already done this, but here you just got these stationary cars that you're just kind of weaving around, you know? I don't know. Let's look at another city level. There's plenty of city levels. Let's look at the original city level. Alright, let's look at the original City Escape. So here, Sonic is just running and slightly avoiding cars, no drift, no nothing. City Escape, you're boarding down. Then they put ramps there. See, the ramps are interesting. Without the ramps, you're just going forward, right? You hit the ramps, you time it right, you get the trick. Get a bit more speed when you go down, get more points. Then you got the sharp turns, right? It's not drift, but there's sharp turns. So you got to be ready to cut that sharp turn. If you're a pro, you're going to cut that turn real sharp and real smooth, and it's going to feel cool as fuck, right? But if you suck, or if you mess up, then you're going to get that lame-o turn where you just slow down too much and it's not as cool. Then you can bump into the cars because Sonic has no moral compass, and there's people in those cars. Well, this person isn't bumping into the cars, but yeah. You're hitting those out, and you got the sharp turn again. So these sharp turns are what make it more interesting. You're like, like, and keep your speed. Hit that ramp again. Then you break that. Then you got rails. Then you got running on the side of the wall. More rails, which this person skipped. Then you got two paths there. You can hit the rail, you can do that. And you go here, now you're running on the road, but you still got the ramps to do tricks on. So you're not just running down a road, basically just slightly swerving, you know, some cars. They put those ramps there, so you're like, as you're going, you're like, I'm about to hit that trick at the top, where I'm gonna time that shit perfectly, get my shit, you know what I mean? Where is that like additional layer of thing to do here? Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. And then obviously you got this one, which is harder to time. You get that one, you feel really good about yourself. But yeah, I'm just making examples. Radical Highway is too cool though. Everyone knows that. You start off on the rail. Bam. You hit the spring. Oh shit. Shit's coming at me. Flying through. Bombs. Now you spin dashing down. Straight into the loop-de-loop. Comes back. Now you're inside. Turn left. Now you got that. Light dash into the enemy. Bam. More shit coming at you. Go up. Shoot. Rocket. Bam. Oh shit. Now you got to swerve under that. Spin dash. Momentum. Bam. Loop. And this is his first level. Remember, this is not like a later level that's tougher. This is the first level. There's more shit going on. And this part here, like, you can go up there if you know what you're doing. Or you take the slow route if you want to go around. But, yeah, I mean... You know, like... I mean, maybe I'm being too... Am I being too harsh on the level? Let me put the music on so it sounds... music-y, okay? Let me put the music on so it doesn't sound so dull. We'll put the music on, and then we'll play the gameplay again. So you start the level. You're ready to go. Those cars are not even a threat. Why are they even there? I don't know. Gamer Guide says game of the year. Does the music help? I don't think the music helped because I was thinking of the real Empire City, thinking this is more fun. But technically, music should help with the atmosphere. But I don't know. Let me see. Let me see the extra acts. What are the extra acts called again? How do you? What do they call them? Is it like 1-3 or something? I forget how they name the extra acts. Skyscraper, Scamper, Act 2. What do the extra acts look like? I want to see if the extra acts, these are bite-sized levels, right? So we're comparing bite-size to bite-size. How do these compare in terms of like what you're doing? So this one is super linear. You're just going on a straight line. Just light dash. Yeah, this is more of a basic level, yeah. Then you jump through. This is probably more of what the cyberspace is like. It's a lot more simple. Something like this. It's comparable to an extra act than a main actual level, which it shouldn't be, right? This is a level that I don't have to do. And you could say, oh, you could skip some cyberspace levels, but the whole point of putting cyberspace in the game was to be like, see, we have got those traditional Sonic levels that you love so much. So it's like, if you're gonna put some of those traditional levels in there, put some high quality ones in it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't take something that would have been a side act that we wouldn't have done unless we're desperate for medals, or if you just beat in the game we wanted more to play. Let me see Act 3. Well, this person's changed the music because that's not the music you're supposed to hear. You see, even this Act 3 is more interesting than this city level here. Like this level, okay, you start this level. Let's see what happens in 5 seconds. So you run in, and the red ring is right there. Compare it to Act 3, which is again an extra level. The moment you go in, bam, boost. Now you're swerving spikes. Bam, enemy. Bam, bam. Shit, hit the rainbow ring. Spike, bam, bam. Like even the extra acts are comparing, right? The Act 2 was, but the Act 3, this is better than the other one. A lot of orange troops though. A lot of orange troops. But yeah, the fact that I'm comparing the main cyberspace levels in Frontiers to extra acts in Unleashed, the ones that you could skip, because this was my problem with colors as well. I felt like the Act 1s were solid, some of the Act 2s were alright as well, but then they padded it out with levels that essentially would have been optional in Unleashed, levels that you could have chosen to do, but in colors they made them mandatory to pad out the game because they didn't have a secondary store play style or an open world or a hub world or whatever. So something like this feels like an extra act. So that's probably the term I'm looking for. The cyberspace doesn't feel like main levels. They feel like additional acts that are not the main act, the leftover acts, the bonus acts, which I don't think that's what they should have done, personally. I don't know why they changed the song for this video, but yeah. And even the simple fact that there's more hazards here makes it more interesting. It's still a basic extra act, but that was kind of the point I was trying to make. 1-2. Let me see which one we'll try at 1-2. Is this just a harder version of the main level? I'm trying to remember how all the extra acts go. Let me see. Let me see Act 3. Let's check that out.
Here we go!
Using that quick step, as rigid as it was, allowed them to design more quick reactions. I mean, Frontiers has the quick step, but you know, you're not kind of boosting in a straight line, so you're not going to be quick stepping accurately. It's just more of a wider space, I guess. So you're not really in those rigid lines of the quick step for the level design to work. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's the perfect way to describe it. I think that's the perfect way to describe it. The cyberspace levels feel like leftover acts. That's the description I was looking for. I mean, I found long-winded ways to describing it, but I think that's the simplification of what I've been trying to say. Like, I've been trying to say it's mid without just saying it's mid, right? They feel like leftover levels. They feel like those levels that, yeah, it's all right. I'll play that as a bonus if I'm like really want to play more, but it's not Act 1 material. This is, if it was Colors, it would be an Act 4. If it was Unleashed, it would be one of the additional acts that you just play because you just want to play more Unleashed, or you just want some quick medals. But realistically, if you wanted more medals, you play Werehog extra acts because there's more medals in the Werehog. But yeah, it feels like a leftover act. That's kind of my summary of what I've seen in cyberspace. The Green Hill level, it's like they take elements from like modern Green Hill and things like that, but they still feel simpler because, again, you can only drift in designated sections. A lot of the nuance that was in Generation seems to be lost. So yeah, I think that's my description. The cyberspace levels feel like the leftover acts from an Unleashed Generation. Unleashed on £85, I said, if we took Unleashed Sonic and put him in cyberspace, it would be a lot more engaging than now. It's that control and speed which brings it down, in my opinion. Well, I mean, of course it'll be more engaging because, again, when you're designing a game, like a platformer, the first thing you got to design, I'm not really a game developer, even though I have a degree in software engineering, but the first thing you got to design is the way the character moves and feels. You can't design the levels first and then slap the character in. You design the character with his movement and physics and however he controls whatever abilities he has, and then you say, okay, we now have to design levels around said character, right? So in the case of Unleashed, if you know that he's got the quick step and the slide, and sliding under those little sections and the stomp and all that, you're going to design levels that fit that. So when they go and take these level design elements from Unleashed Generations, but they're using that Frontiers, which is based upon Forces kind of physics, it's not going to feel the same, right? It's only natural. Like there's no trick system, there's no QTEs on the ramps. You're just jumping through these hoops. Where are the ramps? In fact, where are the ramps? I ain't seen no ramp here. Like, you know, Marshall donated $2 and said, the defense for this game is fucking fascinating to me. Where did all this trust come from? It seems they're making nothing but hallways since 2008, and now people trust this development team to make an open world game. Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, again, there's a lot of younger fans, so like the trust comes from them just being younger. I'm telling you, like, you just get older and you stop being as trusting. You just start to see things for what they are, right? And that's all that happened, really. If you go back to my Forces content before the game came out, I was very trusting at one point, and then I got to a point where I'd had enough, and then people got mad at me and said I was being negative, right? And it even happened with Sam recently, or like in June or July or whatever, where he said some things that were critical of Frontiers, and then people were saying all sorts of mean things to him. And that's just how it is, right? The moment you're not positive enough, then everyone gets mad at you and starts saying you're this, you're that, or whatever, or you want the game to fail, or you only get views because you hate on the game, even though people unsubscribe when I hate on the game. So why would I want to do that unless I was being honest? But yeah. Someone said, as an older Sonic fan, I see the franchise getting clouded by meta era young fans. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how the classic fans felt when the adventure era fans started getting into the franchise and we were getting the stuff we wanted, you know. That's just kind of how it goes, right? There's a whole John Leone donated $2 and said, I'm more hyped for Open Zone than cyberspace. Yeah. Oh, wait, let me finish while I was saying this first quickly. There's a whole generation of Sonic fans who don't even remember Griffith voicing Sonic. Like, they would have to go back to hear Griffith's voice. Like, do you know what I mean? I grew up in the Drummond era and then the Griffith era. And then by the Roger era, I was getting way older. So, like, you know, I was under 18 when Drummond was happening, when Griffith was starting, and then when Roger was starting. I grew up with all three, right? So I remember the changing, the constant changing, and how jarring it was. But a lot of people just, if you were born in 2006, you played your first game in like 2011, you know, you got Sonic Colors for Christmas 2010, or your older sibling got it and you played it in 2011, and then you played Generations and then Lost World. All you know is Roger. So when someone like me comes along and says, Roger doesn't sound like Sonic, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's Sonic, right? He's been doing it for like over a decade now. It makes sense. But yeah, that's to the other donation that said, you're more hyped for Open Zone than cyberspace. I agree as well. I think the Open Zone is more interesting than the cyberspace because the cyberspace is so rehashy that it just annoys me. If I open a cyberspace level and it's copying Dragon Road level design, I'm thinking it will probably be better to just play the original Dragon Road in Unleashed, right? Or if it's copying Modern Green Hill level design, oh, it'll be more fun to just play Modern Green Hill in Generations. Whereas the Open Zone, at least for Sonic, if you want a Sonic Open Zone, this is the only game you've got, right? Like, there's nothing really that compares to it except Adventure 1, which honestly had nice hub worlds, beautiful hub worlds, and you could spin dash around and play around with them. Not much to do in them, but were nice. 06 at least had more to do in their hub worlds, but then, you know, running around the 06 hub worlds wasn't as fun as, say, in Adventure 1. And with Unleashed, your controls were kind of gimped in the hub world areas, you know, because Unleashed was so, like, go fast, go fast, go fast, that it felt weird. Randall Williams donated $2 and said, Sonic Riders is the best and my favorite Sonic. I mean, Riders is my favorite, like, spin-off Sonic game, my favorite Sonic racing game, so I'm not even mad at that. Riders is goated. Someone said, I say cyberspace plays like forces that get bashed by the defense squad. I mean, I don't. It's not even an insult, though. It's true. I mean, it does play like forces. Like, I don't understand how that's even wrong. You know what I mean? Like, nothing wrong has been said there. Like, there's levels in forces that I would say are better than that little city level that we saw here. Like, this is base. I don't know how else to put it. It's just basic. There's no hazard here. You are running in a city, right? Like, let me explain how ridiculous this sounds. Because people think, oh, look at him being negative. He's hating, right? You are running in a city level. And the cars are in the middle of the road in different lanes. Parked. They're not moving. They don't move. Why are the cars locked in place? You're on the road. There are cars there in lanes. It's almost like you stop time and then you're running through the area after stopping time. That's what it feels like. But you can see this thing's moving, so clearly it hasn't stopped time. Why they not move? What happened here? Like, is it just because you don't want there to be any real hazards? Is that why they're not moving? Are you afraid that if the cars are moving, people would actually have a chance at getting hit? Like, what is Bradley messaging me? Hold on. Let me see this shit. God. Like, you're in the road. Why are you not moving? It's just weird to me. Like, let's go. Okay. We'll check Metropolitan Highway in a sec. But let's check. What's the other level with the cars? Let's go back to Adventure 1.
Select.
Let's get.
God, those Dreamcast loads, they don't play around. That's why I be fucking with DX. People be mad at me, but it's true. You've already got a shortcut to take at the beginning, so they've already got variation there. And then on top of that, you got momentum, so you can spin dash down here and feel that incline. Anyway, I just wanted to make a point. The moment you get here, enemies coming for you. Bam, hurry up. Now if you're good, you can jump off that, spin dash. Okay, he didn't spin dash, he's going a bit slow. Running onto the side of the building, cool. Now you got hazards here. Hit those, you could fall, and you be down to the lower path. Hit the speed shoes, stay on the higher path. Now you run on the side of the wall. Now you better stay on the side of the wall. You don't want to fall off or anything like that. Then you get sucked into that. Now you go up. Now you can go down. Now you can use your momentum to go up there. Go up there. But that's not even what I wanted to show. I was just kind of getting sucked into the level because it's goated. Anyway. This is what I wanted to show. The moment you enter here, what happens? Vehicles coming after you. Shit, you gotta go. Now you're on the top of the building, so there's no vehicles coming for you. If you go down though, you know what you're gonna see. You're gonna see vehicles. They're gonna come for you. So you better stay up if you want to avoid them, because those vehicles there will take your rings, they'll take your shield. They are real hazards. So you better stay up, run on that wall, avoid them. Okay, now they've fallen down. Better hit that spring, get away from them quick. But yeah, I just wanted to make a point. I just wanted to make a point that there was no significant hazard here. A level starts to feel very stale when you're not doing anything significant. I'm just running and slightly swerving, right? This isn't the first level in the game. You know, it's a road, there's cars, the cars are not moving. Like, name me one significant hazard here that would cause me to lose my rings, right? Unless you just ran off the side of the road and to your death, what here could actually hurt me? Like, what here could hurt me? John Leone donated $2 and said, also, second shortcut in Frontiers is to telegraph. Telegraph? What do you mean by that? I don't even know. What do you mean telegraphed? Isn't it telegraph? Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. But like, yeah, here, no hazard again. The only thing is maybe you miss the orange hoop and then you fall down. That's it. Here they kind of got like a little platforming section, so I guess you could mess up. You know. You got a chance to play the game at Gamescom when you broke the game in under 10 minutes. Honestly, like, personally, I'm not really that fussed about glitches. I mean, I find them funny, but, like, I'm not fussed, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, people are going to go, obviously, because you love 06. I'm more fussed about, like, challenge, level design, movement. Someone said, where are the enemies? Exactly. Like, I mean, it's a road, so I could understand there not being enemies here. But then the cars should have been enemies. Like, you see, if the quick step is basic in, like, Unleashing Generations, because it's usually just, like, 3 lanes. And then you're just going, okay, middle lane, left lane, right lane. Don't get hit by hazards. So just swerve. They could have taken this opportunity to have some crazy, like, car movements. Cars just whizzing by. And your job is to literally weave your way through without getting hit. Either you turn with the analog, like, to strafe, or you quick step, depending on the situation. You could add a whole section here with just oncoming vehicles, and then vehicles. Well, Cats donated $2 and said, I'm grateful you're not afraid to speak your mind and call out mediocrity. But most people just want a decent game. Expecting a masterpiece of the Forces would be silly, but wanting a decent start to a potential open world trilogy isn't given the press. I mean, look, I get all that. I know that I shouldn't expect a masterpiece, right? I'm not saying that they should deliver a masterpiece because I didn't think they would, you know. But that doesn't mean I can't say anything, right? Because my problem is not that it's not a masterpiece. The problem is that they regress, right? It's like at least do better than before. And in terms of the open zone, I think they've done a decent job, minus the lack of platforming so far in the open world. I haven't seen any significant platforming. But like, in terms of the cyberspace, which is the traditional level, they haven't even been able to match the quality of even the levels from before. So it's like, these are the old ones, the things we've done before. We should be able to do that. That's all I'm saying. So it's just a bit weird to me. Like, you know, like these levels here, like it's like that fear, like they're afraid to challenge you, right? This is not a budget thing. This is a philosophy thing, right? I'm trying to think of the legitimate reason why you would have a city level with cars and then they don't move. So it's like the only reason I could think of is we want it to be easier for you. That's it. I can't think of any other reason other than, oh, we don't want to scare them with, you know, because if you start the level and there were cars, like, and then cars coming from the other side as well, maybe they'll give you like the indicator, like Unleashed. You know, like when you do the what's it called? I'll get to the donations. Don't worry. When they do the let me check Jungle Joyride. Actually, that might be easier. When they do the how do I don't even know. I'm looking for the word. When the thing is like facing the other way. When the thing comes at you, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, this, yes. So you can't see the bomb, right? So they put the indicator there so you know a bomb is coming so you can move. That makes logical sense. So like imagine here, you see here, cars could be coming this way at speed. And then on the other side, cars could be coming that way really fast as well. And then if you, obviously you can't see the cars behind you, so they put like the indicator to let you know that cars are coming fast, right? So then they design it in a way where there's always a way that you can get through, but it's going to be harder because, again, cars are zooming by on this side and then zooming forward on that side. So you got to maneuver your way through these fast-moving cars so that you don't waste time or lose your rings or whatever. And then all of a sudden, this basic ass running section, which is just avoid the parked cars, becomes, oh shit, like, I'm like, oh shit, car, swerve this way. Oh shit, go that way. Oh, like, the only reason I can think of why the cars would be parked is because they're like, oh, we don't want to scare them too much. We don't want them to fail and, you know, be upset. So we'll just have cars there because it's a road, but they won't move, right? That's what it feels like. That's the only thing I can think of. I can't think of any other reason why the cars would be parked like that. Like in the middle of the road. Like, you try and park a car like this in the real world, you will be in serious trouble. Like, you can't park a car there. It makes no logical sense. Let me get to these donations. John Leona donated $5 and said, telegraph means the game gives too much warning. Look at the signs of the arrows before the orange ring. Signs of the arrows for the orange ring. I mean, you mean the signs pointing like the orange ring is there? I mean, I don't really see that as an issue personally. I don't know. It just kind of, that doesn't bother me. I'm actually behind the donations. Zach Chromafan 1 donated $1.99 and said, anyone notice the weird ring collection animation? I don't think I noticed. Oh, you mean like it's like kind of messed up? I'm hoping maybe they'll fix that. Iizuka donated $2 and said, be cool to see a open cyberspace level similar to the what? The end of SH. I don't know what that is. Sonic Heroes? No, that's not open. But yeah. I didn't want to dwell too much on this one level, but it was kind of just an example, right? Yeah, it was kind of just an example for what I was talking about. Where's the other beats? Where's the other beats video? Where's the cyberspace stages? We still got more content to go through, honestly. So you got like one hazard there, some spikes you gotta jump over. The end of Speed Highway. Ah, the end of Speed Highway. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that could have been a cool environment. Yeah, I mean, there's so many opportunities. You know, so many things you can do. But yeah, actually, I want to do a poll right now. I'm gonna do a poll right now. I want to ask this question while I'm live. Blue Legend 718 donated $5 and said it frustrates me how we get bashed for criticizing the game when we know they were capable of more original, challenging, and engaging level design. Yeah, I mean, that's why I be staying off Sonic Twitter, because I don't want to deal with like the same arguments. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna do a poll right now. I'm typing it on the other screen so you can't see it right now, but it will show up on the screen when I'm done. Let's see. I want to see what people are saying here. Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen this. I got open the Game Informer article. I didn't open the Game Informer article. Okay, I didn't do that correctly. Let's try that again. Got plenty of links to open. Got that. I got Push Square. We got Sonic Paradise. We got Sonic Stadium. I think we already opened that one. Let's pick another song. All right, let's check the poll. What is most important to you in level design? There's 4 things I put here: original, cool environment, challenge, open/multiple routes, and then music. Most people said challenge. So obviously you want an original, cool environment because aesthetically that's important. Obviously you want the music to bump because who wants shit music? Obviously it's nice to have multiple routes because it's like that freedom of, ooh, where can I go? But the most important thing is challenge, because challenge stimulates you, it keeps you engaged. If a game is challenging, you can't just play like this. You can't just, you know, you gotta be like, do you know what I mean? That's what keeps you in, it's a game. If you remove challenge from a game, it becomes damn near a movie, right? That's the difference between different difficulty options, how engaged you are. Put on easy, you're like that. put it on hard, you know, unless you just suck at the game, in which case easy might still have you like that, like try and get your parent to play a game and you put it on the easy setting. To them, that's like, oh shit, I'm playing the game, you know what I mean? Like, electrician donated $4.99 and said, I think that the ring animation is intentional. It's supposed to have that magnet effect. Also, do you think we'll get a great Sonic game again? Great, like 8, 9 out of 10. Like if another Mania situation happens, like some new team comes in, like we want to make this game, this side game or spin-off game or whatever, and Sega Sonic Team give it an okay or whatever, and it's like really good, then yeah, we could. But I think again, the biggest issue is that a lot of the time they're scared to challenge us, right? Where's the video? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Was it this video? Nope. There was a video where I like discussed. Well, I played clips. I played some Kishimoto Nakamura. It was not Kishimoto. It was Nakamura clips. You know, that whole simplification shit. Sosa Glee. That's a very interesting name. Like Sosa and Glee, like two completely different things. Like musically, when I think of Sosa, you think of like, you know, Sosa and Glee. Although to be fair, I listened to both of those. So you said you listened to Kendrick Lamar. Good Kid, Mad City is his best. Damn is better than To Pimp a Butterfly. Section 80 is better than To Pimp a Butterfly. I'm sorry. I probably just upset you right now, but that's my answer to that. Lonely Goomba said, I was pretty excited for Frontiers because I was trying to be optimistic with the stuff not shown rather than what was shown, but the more we see, the more concerned. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this for ages. Evan from Tails channel said this as well. You shouldn't be hyped for the things that you haven't seen. You should judge based on the things you have seen. So if the things you've seen seem like there's issues, and then you go, well, maybe the things we haven't seen will be better. Like, well, why would you make that assumption that the things you haven't seen will be better, right? Why make that assumption? If you're watching a movie and you saw the first 20 minutes and it was shit, the assumption is that the rest is probably going to be a similar level of shit, right? Now, yes, some movies can pick up, but why would I assume it's going to pick up when you had the first 20 minutes to give me something good and it's been shit, right? You would assume from that point on that it's probably not going to be The Dark Knight, right? It's probably not going to be up there. You know, after the first 20 minutes was shit, you're like, well, we'll see, but it's not going to be The Dark Knight. You know what I mean? So, again, it could be, but why would I assume that everything that hasn't been seen is significantly better than what has been seen? Like, I really want to see a platform challenge that's incorporated into the environment, not just random. Exactly. Like, when you think of an open world Sonic game, you want the open world to have, like, genuinely, legitimately placed platforms that feel like they're built and interwoven into the world, right? Ruins and shit that you're platforming through, that it feels like this world was designed in such a really cool way, and I'm platforming through this world. It doesn't feel too artificially generated, right? It feels like a real world, not just the rails are just placed there and then platforms are floating there, but it's like the ruins are integrated into the shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, Pi Studios donated $2 and said, please watch Switch Force's video on Frontiers. I don't really watch Switch Force. I mean, I know of him, but I don't watch him. Is it this one? Unpopular opinion, Sonic Frontiers is a waste of $60. That's a lot of dislikes. I mean, with a title like that, people are gonna dislike without even watching. Let me see.
Hold up, pause what you're doing and listen in, because I'm gonna give it to you as straight as I can. Raw.
So people are like, well, the side space levels are just a side thing, which fine, but the overworld doesn't look particularly amazing. Exactly, right? Like the open world still is more interesting than the cyberspace to me because it's the fresh part of the game. But cyberspace could have been the best part of the game if they had like some seriously quality levels in there, right? Like if the levels were fire, then you'd be replaying them all the time. But right now, the open world seems more interesting simply because they fumbled the bag on cyberspace. But even still, as a fan of platforming, I'm not getting enough of that in the open world. I'm not getting enough sections where I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta do something here with platform and do something crazy there. Like if we just like, let me open like I want to make an example, right? You look at like Sand Kingdom. Like the way the platforming is integrated, like you've got like the buildings there, it's not completely arbitrarily placed. And that's not easy to do because it's easy to just place things around, right? But they integrate it nicely into the world, so you feel like it's actually supposed to be there, right? Obviously it helps that you got the capture ability because you can do cool things with that. But then you've got like these ruins or whatever you call them, like the bricks laid out, and then you got the moving from left to right, and they got like the little line in between them. It feels less artificially generated than the Frontiers with the rails in the sky and whatnot. Like, I'm not saying you can't have rails in the cyberspace, but what if the rails were like, you know, banisters, like I don't know, like big ruins holding up the rails, and the rails is like the side of the ruins. So when you go on the rails, like it's connected to the ground. It feels like it's really a part of the world, kind of thing. Like it gives it that organic feeling. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? Anyway. I don't mind rails and floating platforms. I'm yet to see anything else really. That's all the open zone seems to be. Yeah, if we go back to the first island. So like all the platforming is like this placed stuff, right? But you've got these little ruins here. These aesthetics, this stuff there should have been used to design like platforms and stuff. All right, turn off the audio because I don't want to listen to him talk. Like this part here is decent. Like it's like this part feels like it's woven into the world, but then there's barely any platforming here, so it's a bit like, you know. But yeah, there's more they could have done. Like I feel like even looking at Iizuka in the interview where he was talking about why they made the open zone, and it sounded like they made the open zone because they wanted to do more combat stuff. And I mean, combat is cool, but you just would want to have seen more platforming elements. Like if we go to I could use my own stream for this actually. I already streamed this myself. You go to Bowser's Fury, like it's in the environment. It's not just not everything's just floating around, right? You're doing stuff in the environment. Oh, this is like this is the one that lights up, right? You have to find the route. So yeah, like you look at the ground here, and the things like coming out of the water, like it's like it just feels a bit more natural. Yeah, I mean, look, there is floaty stuff there as well, right? Because admittedly, it is hard to put unrealistic things in a realistic environment. Like when you play Radical Highway or City Escape, they've got floating platforms above bottomless pits. It makes no sense. But the goal is to do it in a way that feels classy. Like, yes, we know it's not a real city because there's a loop-de-loop in the road. This Radical Highway is not a real highway because the road twists and there's a bottomless pit under the road. We know it's fake, but at least try and give us the impression that this is actually a real fucking highway, right? Like if we look at Radical Highway, You look at Radical Highway right now. Like, the rails are not just random floating rails. It's like some kind of bridge-looking thing. Like, it feels like it's like built into the whole shit. Yes, in a real road, there wouldn't be a dead end with springs that would fly you up there, right? But it's like that mix where it's like it's somewhat believable, but then yeah, then there's a loop-de-loop that makes no sense, but cool. But they try. That's all I'm saying, right? You get here, a real road will not have a gap there with a dash panel expecting you to fall into the other road. It makes no sense. You know, at least the fact that they put the road close ahead sign though is a nice little thing. It's like no one's really realistically using this road, but the idea that, oh yeah, road closed ahead, yeah, as if it's a real place and cars are gonna see that and be like, oh, thanks for warning me. But no, we're not going there. There's a handle there for Shadow the Hedgehog, and then there's a spring. It makes no sense, but it's the way they weave it together, right? That's all I'm saying. I think the city level is the best looking one though, because it embraces the cyberspace glitchy aesthetic. I mean, aesthetically, maybe it is. I think my favorite visually is probably Sky Sanctuary. But that's just because I like the look of Sky Sanctuary in general. It's not supposed to be a real road on Frontiers. It's a mess of roads going nowhere. All I'm saying is, like, I could make excuses for the arbitrarily placed shit. That doesn't bother me as much. What bothers me though is intentionally dumbing down the level design. And for me, the idea that all these cars are in the middle of the road and are parked because realistically they were just afraid to make them real hazards by having them move. Speed Highway had them move in the original game. Empire City had moving cars. Like, it's a staple, right? You got a level that involves roads. There should be some kind of obstacle, some kind of thing, right? City Escape had cars, but they weren't really obstacles because you could destroy them yourself. But you could at least ram into them. There were ramps there to like jump through, and that was the first level in the game. The new island environment will be much more engaging if we're able to run across more biome-based mountain slopes, bridges. Exactly. You want to be able to feel like you can play around in the world, right? And right now, it kind of feels like when you're going to go around the world and you're going to see... Because there's no NPCs, right? Except for the Cocos, right? So it's just Sonic. So you're not going to be talking to people. So, like, you're doing shit. So you're either finding a puzzle, finding something to fight, or finding some kind of platforming challenge, and then eventually going into cyberspace. So far, those are the 4 things that we know we're going to be doing, right? Those are the 4 things. Oh yeah, let me end this poll. I already ran this poll for ages. Those are the 4 things you're going to be doing. So those things have to be interesting. Puzzles so far are basic. Maybe the later ones will be harder. How much harder? I don't know. Combat seems decent. What's the 3rd thing? I haven't even forgotten. Oh yeah, the cyberspace. Well, we already talked about that. And then the platforming in the open world. Where is that feeling? You know what I mean? Like, let me look for a good example. I'm sure you guys know this one. Green Hill Paradise, Act 2. I'm not saying it needs to be exactly like this, but in the open world, when you go to like the open world, you want to like explore areas, there should be some shit like this. I should feel like, oh, if I mastered the way Sonic moves, I should be able to do some cool shit. I should be able to like run around and explore, use some momentum to access an area that I wouldn't have been able to access as quickly or as easily without it. I should have some kind of cool platforming to do in the area. Green Hill Paradise has elemental shields in the open world as well, so you can use that. Like, it should feel somewhat playgroundy, right? That's what an open world is for, to explore, right? Unless it's like one of those standard games where you can only run and ride horses. You can't really climb anything. This is why I like Assassin's Creed so much, because of the parkour. You know, it stood out. There's places to go. There's things to explore. It just feels more interesting, right? Platforming is everywhere here. You're not going to be devoid of platforming. You're like, can I make it there if I use this move? You know, can I do that? Can I roll down there? The opportunity was there for them to do something like that. The demo didn't have any requirements for ranks, so you always got an S no matter what. Yeah, I saw that. But yeah, I mean, you know, if the world was designed in a more playgroundy way, because apparently there's going to be some missions where in the open world where you go from point A to point B under a certain time period, you know, to unlock stuff or whatever. And if the level was designed like this and you had to get from point A to point B, there would be like a quicker way to do it to get like a higher rank or whatever, because you'd be so like in tune with the environment that you'd know where to go. But if you were a beginner, you'd have to take the long, easier way. This one looks more open zone than Frontiers over. Yeah, like this is not me trying to do a see fans are better than Sega kind of thing, but it's just kind of making a point, right? Like if the levels felt more like this, I mean if the open zone felt more like this and the cyberspace felt more like Unleashed gens in terms of the quality, then your game is already more solid. Now again, I'm not saying it should be exactly like this, because I would still want there to be a lot more solid ground, a lot more open space to just run through and explore. Like, but the playgroundy elements would be like scattered into corners of the environment, right? So you go to a part of the environment and you see some playgroundy elements that you can interact with, whatever, and then there might be some open space where it's just running a few little slopes, and then you get to another area, there's another playgroundy element. It doesn't have to be as playgroundy as this. This is just more so the complete opposite extreme of what the Frontiers open world actually is. Somewhere in between could be like the sweet spot, right? Do you know what I mean? Someone says, who says you can't do that in Frontiers? I'm looking at the island and the level design, and I'm not seeing things like this. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of the point I was trying to make. But yeah. Oh yeah, someone wanted me to watch the Switch Force video. Let me see. And I said this to Jaden on Discord, right? People are gonna be mad at me, but I said no cyberspace level is touching the worst levels in Unleashing Generations in terms of like boost. People were mad at me for people get mad at me for saying that, but I think that's the case. If we were to do a boost level tier list, the main levels in Unleashed Generations are S tier. Now, if we want to add in extra acts, then Unleashed has some extra acts that are a bit, you know. But the main levels, S tier. Colors, the act ones are like A tier. For the most part, I'd say the colors act ones are like an A tier. You know, Tropical Resort Act 1, Asteroid Coaster Act 1. On a more positive day, I could give them a low S, but it's more like A tier for me. And then the other acts and colors are like ranging from like B to E, depending on the act. I don't know. Some are like B, C, some are like D, E. It really depends on the extra act. Some of them are really trash, but I don't remember each individual one until I see it again. All the Rush levels are S tier. Rush Adventure is probably a mix of like S levels and A levels and maybe some B levels. Same with Colors DS. Forces levels are mostly C's. You know, because even when they're getting good, they're just too short. So it doesn't even feel as satisfying. Like Egg Gate was pretty fun for like the first minute, and then they hit you with the QTE section that's so fucking boring. You know, you're like, why is it already done and I've got this QTE? You know, Metropolitan High was alright, but I'll say the highest Forces level will be a B, and that's being generous. It's more like a C. Lost World, that's not boost, so I'm not including that. I've mentioned pretty much all the boost games, right? You know, Forces, Colors, Gens, Rush Adventure, Colors, DS. I mentioned Unleashed. Is Colors DS better than the original Colors? It could be. Probably, honestly, probably. I mean, I do like the Act 1s in the main colors a lot, but it's just the additional shit that weighs it down. Exactly, Lonely Goomba said it. The issue with Colors DS is that it just feels like an inferior Rush. This is why I hate when people call it Rush 3. It's not Rush 3. Just because Dimps made it and it's on the same engine, don't make it Rush 3. Ain't no playable Blaze, ain't no trick system, ain't no Rush. Simple as that. You know what I mean? It's Colors DS. You know, ain't no Rush 3. The trick system was really good. If you take the trick system and replace it with the Whisk system, it's not the same thing. But it wasn't a bad game. I'm just pointing that out. But yeah, let's see what Switch Force is saying, and let's see if I agree.
Genuine and cut through the BS, the fluff, the glitter on Twitter. I will not stand for people trying to sugarcoat things into you giving over $60 for something that is not worth it, all right? Based on the title, you know what game I'm talking about. This gets me worked up. What's going on, everybody? It's Zach from Switch Force. If you disagree, this is just my opinion, all right? I'm being as truthful and honest as I can. I'm not doing that thing like, oh, let's hype the people up so that they watch the video. No, okay?
Yeah, I hate when people do that shit. You go put like the positive title in and then they go and criticize the game anyway. Like, man, if you don't like it, wear that shit in your sleeve. Like, yeah, I may not agree with the video. I mean, I haven't watched it yet. But at least you just put this shit in the title. Because he could have made the title like, Sonic Frontiers looks decent, but, and then you go watch the video and he's like, it's a waste of $60. I'm like, why the fuck you just say that then?
It's my opinion. Feel free to disagree. Convince me otherwise. Happy to hear it. But everyone right now is saying Sonic Frontiers is good now, all of a sudden. And it's not. A new Gamescom trailer came out, a new Gamescom demo, and this game is still a disparate bunch of ideas thrown at an empty, open environment, open zone, and it has no clue what it's doing. Despite having a template laid out before it to exactly replicate, and they refuse to do it. Oh yeah, a little game called Mario Bowser's Fury came out, and that is exactly what Sonic Frontier should be.
I'd say more Odyssey than Bowser's Fury, personally. If you want an open world sandbox, I think Odyssey's the template.
A dense experience with land to cover, but challenges galore, enemies awesome, and a overall fightable character that radiates throughout the experience and is a foe that you know and feels good. A game that is tried and true, but tries something new, and instead Sonic Frontiers is a vomit of rail grinds and boost pads and under 60-second stages to try and grab onto your nostalgic threads and pull you in.
Well, I mean, I agree with the cyberspace part. Under 60-second stages with the nostalgic threads trying to pull you in. Iizuka even admitted that part. Like, yeah, I recognize this thing. Therefore it's good. I agree with that little part he said.
Or more
there.
like pull the money out of your wallet. They show off Green Hill Zone and everyone goes bananas.
I don't think everyone went bananas.
Green Hill Zone. A Green Hill Zone.
We definitely did not go bananas. We definitely didn't.
50 times before. A Green Hill Zone that takes 50 seconds to complete. A Green Hill Zone that's part of cyber stages that are 1 to 2 minutes in length.
Even 2 pushing it, but
even given 30 cyber stages, we have under an hour of gameplay. These cyber stages are the bait and switch.
Under an hour of gameplay. That's a good point, actually. How much gameplay do we actually? Because Generations, if you add up all the modern levels, it's only like 20 minutes of gameplay. Like, if you're good at Generations, like, you know, literally 20 minutes max. Not including the extra, like the missions and shit. Yeah, 22 minutes, really? I mean, if you're including the time showing the rankings and stuff like that. I'm surprised they even went to 22 minutes. Okay, like, Chemical Plant. And there's 9 levels, so times 2, that's 18 minutes. Even if you added an additional few minutes for Planet Whisk, because that's longer, I would say that's 20 minutes, right? Sky Sanctuary 2 minutes, Speed Highway 2 minutes. Okay, it took quite long on City. Okay, cool. Seaside Hill 2, Grassy City, Over 2, Rooftop 1, 2. Yeah, you got like 22 minutes of gameplay, right? So cyberspace being, let's say there's 10 cyberspace levels per area. So people are saying it's at least 7. So bare minimum, there's 35 levels. At 1 minute each, that's 35 minutes. Why did I do the times one? I don't know, but that's 35 minutes. If it really is 50 cyberspace levels, you know, at 1 minute each, that's 50 minutes of gameplay. Technically more than what you're getting in all the one levels in Gens, which Gens was not a long game either. But like, I'm trying to make a point here. You see all day stages. That adds up to about 30 minutes of gameplay. Now, this is obviously when you're good, but I'm just trying to make the point. 30 minutes, 29 minutes, 44. Yo, Liam John Smith has been a member for 3 months in a row. Thank you for the support. I kind of like Shadow's not in there for more focus. I mean, Shadow could have just easily been like a little DLC thing where it's just like you can play as Shadow maybe after you beat the game. I don't think you need to make him there for story reasons, just like an additional thing. But yeah, in terms of the levels, if there's 50 cyberspace levels at 1 minute each, that is more content than the main day stages of Unleashed, not including the extra acts, but the main ones. So if I was to take that 50 and then divide that by 4, you get 12.5. So if you made 4 minute levels, you'd only be able to have 12.5 levels in Frontiers. If it was the same amount of work, essentially, like you're joining levels together to make them not as bite-sized. But let's say cyberspace should be shorter than 4 minutes, right? Because it's just cyberspace. So let's go back and do 50. Let's do divided by 3. You get 16.6, right? Round that up to 17. Divide that by 5. You're only looking at 3.4 cyberspace levels per island, right? Is that too little? I mean, you can decide, right? But I don't know. Then you got the extra missions, right? Which you're going to replay each cyberspace stage multiple times for the extra missions, which, where is Beats cover that? I want to see if I can see the, yeah. So you got the reach the goal, clear with, I can't remember what that says actually. You clear with a certain amount of rings, clear, I can't remember what that says, and then find all the red star rings. So now, if they made the cyberspace levels 3 minutes long, that gets you about 3.4 cyberspace levels per island. We could round it up to 4 if you want. 4 per island. It's not as glamorous as 10 per island, but they're longer. And if you hide the red rings well enough, if the level design is good enough, then going to find the red rings will be a lot tougher. If you make the S rank tough enough, because the level design is more intricate and you want to challenge us, then getting the S rank would require at least a few replays to get good at the level. And then you're essentially making the levels more replayable by challenging us, right? Because if you're S ranking the levels the first time, they're not that tough, right? If the first time you play a level you get the highest rank, the rank shouldn't exist. If the average player can get an S rank the first time, the rank shouldn't exist. So if the first time you play the cyberspace level, you're getting the S rank, you're getting the ring requirement, you're getting the second thing, which I can't remember what it is because I can't read that. Then, okay, so reach the goal is 1, then S rank, then rings, then red star. The first 3 you're probably going to get anyway, right? So again, you make the S rank harder. You add in a tougher ring requirement, I don't know. You hide the red rings a lot better. Then less stages that are longer, but then more missions or tougher missions. You're making it more fun to replay those less amount of stages versus more stages that are shorter, right? More intricately hidden red rings, things like that. You could even go a step further and copy the same levels and make hard versions. Like Generations, I think, did that for bosses, but you could make, you know, say you got like the super hard mode in Heroes or whatever. You could make like a hard version of each level, and that could be a bonus objective, like complete the hard version or something like that. I don't know. There could be some kind of interesting mission there, you know. Lost World type S ranks. Yeah, Lost World time attacks some of them were a bit stringent, I think. Slant Lost World 3DS had a hard mode of modified levels. Yeah, I mean, I quit that game after the first special stage, so I haven't really finished it. But yeah, I mean, things like that, right? I did a poll. I asked people. I haven't checked the poll in a while, actually, but I asked people what option sounds more appealing to you? More levels per island but bite size, less levels but unleashed length. Most people wanted, at least of my followers, wanted unleashed level length but less levels. And I think I agree, right? Because I think people used to diss Forces for being too short. And I've said this before, if you go back to some of my older videos, I've said Forces itself is not that short of a game. You compare Forces to like one team in Heroes, it's about around the same. You know, if you compare it to like Team Sonic, Team Dark, not obviously Rose. It's about the same. They're just spamming too many levels and they're all short, right? Heroes is 14 levels, 7 bosses. That's a total of 21 forms of stage or whatever. Forces is 30. That's an additional 9, but yet the playtime is around the same comparing to one team. So of course the level's going to be short. Like, it's only natural, right? Why do you want so many levels? We want longer levels. This isn't New Super Mario Bros. You don't need to make more but shorter levels. Give us more in one level. Make a goated level, and if it's less of them, we'll come back to them. But these bite-sized 50-second levels, I feel silly coming back to 50-second levels like the ones that we're seeing in Frontiers. You know, it just feels kind of pointless to me. Even some of the ones in Forces, like, why am I coming back to this short-ass level? If I'm coming back to a short level, it's gonna be like, where's that one? Oh, where's that one? If I'm coming back to a short level, it's gotta be some shit that's just fucking intense. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so intense that I'll come back to it.
Here we
Is it this one?
go!
If I'm coming back to a short level, it's like some shit like this. Like, oh shit, you got swerve shit. Like, hit the hoop, bam, 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 bam. Jump, oh, spikes, shit. Hit that own attack, boost. Jump, light dash, over the pit, bam, bam, jump, jump. You get here, more hazards, quick, go under. They're gonna kill you, nope, go through. Hit the QTE. Like, if I'm coming back to a short level, it better be some tough shit, do you know what I mean? It can't be like that city level in Frontiers that was just parked cars. What am I doing? But a little challenge like this, then they put the hoops in the bottomless pit. Like, that's cool. If I'm coming back to a short level, it's gonna be like this. Where's the other one with the rails? Yeah, this one. Yeah, I love this one. If I'm coming back to a short level, it's gonna be like this. I'm just coming back because it's just a little fun little challenge, right? But if it's short and boring, why the fuck am I coming back to it? Hit the momentum, air boost, bam, jump, go. Alright, hit that rail switch. Alright. Could have gone up there, but okay. Take the other way. Alright. Now you gotta control your speed. Hit the upper path. Okay, took the lower path too. Nice. But if I'm coming back to a short level, some shit like this. Oh, you missed that. Okay, take the lower route then. Momentum. Get up there. Alright. Switch rail. Bam. Like, if the cyberspace levels were a minute long, but they were like tough, then it's like, okay. Like, there's a reason for them to be bite-sized. Like, they're really tough, so just get it done in one go, and then you're done with it. Do you know what I mean? This level pissed you off so much when you were 9. Yeah, I mean, do you know what I mean? If it's tough, then it's memorable, right? But 50 seconds and easy, like, you're just gonna be done with it and never come back to it, right? Like, I'm not saying there's no easy levels that you wouldn't come back to. Modern Green Hill is an easy level, and I could come back to that. I mean, it's one of the few really easy levels that I like coming back to. It's just a really thrilling level. This is the best Green Hill there's ever been, right? I don't think any Green Hill, not Green Hill Act 2 in Mania, no Green Hill has been as good. Okay, Sunset Hill Act 3 in Advance. It was Sunset Hill in Advance 3. That was some fun shit. But this is an example of an easy level that's still thrilling. And it's kind of hard how they pulled it off, because I don't know how they managed to pull it off. Usually an easy level would bore me, but for some reason, Modern Green Hill is just so fire. It's so easy, but it's so fire. I don't know why. But even then, they got little things in there that stimulate you. Like for here, like you jump here, you take that upper route, quick, up into there. You take the nice route. Little things like that. Like, because you could slack and then take the lower route and you feel that. You take the upper route. Alright, nice. You hit that. Boost. Home attack, slide, quick. Then you hit the jump here. If you have the right skills, you can just jump over this whole shit. Then you're into the trick section. It's just thrilling, right? It never keeps you bored. Then you go here. This is a little go forward section, but because it's like a pipe, you can run around the whole thing. Then you hit the rails. You know, there's no major hazard here, right? It's an easy section, right? I can beat this level with one finger. I'm not exaggerating. But for some reason, it's still really fun. It never keeps you in one area for too long. Now you're out of there. You get into the new section. You boost. Quick. Now do you want to take that top route? Jump. Jump. Wall jump. Quick. Bam, 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 bam. Go. Don't waste time. Jump. Jump. Slide. You messed up the slide, so you slow down. Tough. Sucks for you. Get good. Momentum over the thing. Then you hit the corkscrew. You switch back. Now there's a slower path if you mess up over there, but we ain't taking that shit. Then you hit the slide. Bam. Go again. Slide. Bam. Hit the hop. Hit that. Straight stomp into the shit. Boost. Fiddle around with the drift, because why not? Yep. Fiddle around the shit. Straight into the ramp. Bam. Tricks. This level is so easy, but it's so good. Usually easy levels piss me off. But this easy level is just so good. Someone says 70% of modern levels in gens is in 2D. That's not true. I've actually calculated it. It's about 30% of the level is 2D. You can check the calculation yourself. Aside from Modern Planet Wisp, every other level is, there's no level in Generations, no modern level in Generations aside from Planet Wisp that hits 50% 2D. They're all under 50% 2D. It's around 30%. What's up, Neondre? I wish we get another Eggman Land type stage again. Yeah, this is the thing. The overarching problem I've been having is just that their lack of wanting to challenge us. That's all it is. Their lack of wanting to piss people off with challenge. And I can see why, because, you know, we saw that clip from before when they struggled to boost up the incline. They want to hit that casual market. But like, Froggy donated €5 and said, some of the cyberspace levels are less than 1 minute. Some are 30 seconds if you're actually good. Yeah, I mean, it's too short. Like, it doesn't stand out, right? This is the point. It just doesn't stand out. It's just there kind of thing, right? We looked at the city gameplay, right? We saw what it offered, right? And let me go back to, where's the Beats clip as well? Where's the Beats clip with all the cyberspace levels so far? This is the first level, so I mean, Pigo donated £2 and said 2D feels natural and Gens Unleashed is good. Yeah, I mean, I was never the biggest fan of 2D sections in 3D games, but I never disliked them in Unleashed and Gens, right? Because they were still stimulating, right? Do you know what I mean? I hated it in Colors because I feel like in Colors they tried to fool me into saying it was a 3D game, but it was mostly 2D, with 3D just being there to say, see, it's 3D. Like, you see the difference with Unleashed and Generations is that Unleashed and Generations still had goated 3D, whereas Colors 3D, for the most part, especially after the Act 1s, Colors 3D had barely any platforming. It was like, the 3D is just here to boost forward and then take you into the 2D where all the level design actually is. Whereas Unleashed and Gens are like, yeah, we got cool level design in the 2D, but we still got shit in the 3D. We still got 3D platforming. We still got 3D, like, real hazards and shit. It was more engaging. But yeah, like, so Frontiers is copying, like, level design from Winmore Owl here. And yet, it feels less interesting. Now, to be fair, Winmore Isle Act 1 was never the greatest level ever, it was just a basic level. I'm talking about the tutorial one, not the really good one, right? But even still, like, if this was Unleash the Generations, again, this goes back to Sonic being too small in the environment. In Unleash the Generations, Sonic being in the middle, he could quick step to the left, he could quick step to the right. He would have like full range of the whole environment. That's why they could design the levels with those quick step sections of the hazards, because Sonic could just like fit between the whole path. But here, it's like he quick steps and it doesn't go that far. So you can't really design those quick step sections to have those hazards, because it's like, well, you know, it's not covering the whole area. Sonic's tiny here. He's barely the size of the checkpoint pole. Like, look at Sonic next to the checkpoint pole here. So it changes how the level feels. So you copy the level design from Wimble Owl, but it don't feel the same as Wimble Owl. It just feels like a more sluggish, simpler version. And where can you check that calculation? You talk about the 2D. No, that was something I did on my own time, man. Like, you're gonna have to go through yourself and check. But let's look at Sky Sanctuary. All right. So we're 15 seconds into the level, and what have we done? We've run. There's a hoop there. He missed that hoop. We've done some more running, and then we hit a hoop. That's our first 15 seconds. Okay. Now let's compare it to modern Sky Sanctuary. I'm just trying to show you like the interest, the engagement. Let's compare the first 15 seconds of modern Sky Sanctuary. Aside from the loads, obviously. Okay, go. Hit the orange. You go in. Home and attack. You got the clouds there. You hit the tricks. Now you got platforms. Go through the hoop. Now you got platforms. Be careful. When you get here, boost. Go through the rainbow rings. Now you're doing tricks. You've already done way more shit, right? You could have stomped on those clouds if you wanted. You go on those platforms. You've got bottomless pit area already with platforms. More things have happened. All right, let's keep going. So there's some platforming here. And then it's another straight boosting path. Home and attack and then spring. Home and attack, and then handle. Home and attack, home and attack, home and attack. So about 32 seconds in. We continue here. What happens here? You hit the boost. Now you jump into the side. You got left side, right side. Hit that. Hit the spring there. Home and attack. Now you got another platforming section. Hit the cloud. Now you can boost into there. Do the tricks. Now you're broken through the gloss. Now you boost down there. Now you can hit that drift or go on the rail. Like, what are we doing here? All right. Basic rail section, nothing really interesting there. Another rail section. There is a hazard there, you gotta make sure you hit it, otherwise you die. Realistically, you should have been able to get up there with momentum. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't boosting, so you couldn't hit that. Another orange shoot. So that's a minute in, compare it to this. So you're like go completely like just turning in, and because of the momentum of going down and turning like that, you go in crazy into the next section. So you hit that drift, bam, 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 you shift all the way around, and you just like fling up there, bam, hit the cloud, bam, stomp, stomp, boost through. Now you can jump up, hit that, boost into the enemies, hit the top rainbow ring, trick, 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 boost. Now you can boost. Home and attack, home and attack. Now you can boost stomp, bam, shortcut. Boost through there, hit the home and attack, bam, bam, onto the rail, boost the rail. Then the rail flings you because of momentum. Now you jump into the thing. Already more interesting. Come back here. What else we got? Okay, so there's a spike. You jump over that, hit the spring. Oh, level's over. Okay, what's left in Generations? You got way more stuff than that, obviously. You hit into there, bam. Jump over the hazard. Now you got two routes. You want to take the upper route. Okay, this person's taking the lower route. Okay, cool. Take the lower route. Hit the enemy. Now you go here. Oh shit, hit the quick step. Bam, bam. Now you got the rail. Do you want to jump? Oh, you didn't jump. Okay, fine. You're gonna take the slow route then. Get good. Hit the cloud. Hit the cloud. Then you get here. Hit that switch. Enemy trying to take your path. Better hurry the fuck up. We ain't got time for this shit. Hit that shit. Okay. I would have killed the enemy because I'm ruthless, but okay, cool. Leave it to live. Bam, bam. Go up here. Spring. Falling platforms. Better hurry the fuck up. Shit's coming for you. Now you can just do that air boost. Bam. There you go. Ugh. One day Prem is gonna rip into Frontiers and then watch one of these videos. It'll be the same level design. I mean, look, again, like everything is simplified, right? Like if you put, right, and I want someone to do this when Frontiers comes out. I want someone to take, I don't know, fucking, it could be Green Hill Paradise Act 2, right? It could be the Mystic Ruins from Adventure 1. I want someone to take one of those environments that has like cool shit going on, right? Like, and then put it in the open zone as a mod and see if it feels nice with the Frontiers control. If it doesn't feel nice, then you see what I mean. Like if you, even when you steal level design from Unleashed Generations, it still feels worse in Frontiers. Frontiers is not designed the same way. In its movement is not designed around there. So realistically, you shouldn't be stealing level design from those games. You should be designing levels with the control you've got. You know what I mean? It's just that's just the way I see it. Anyway, I was supposed to be watching the Switch Force video
to make you think that this Sonic game has everything you want. But let me tell you that while Mario Bowser's Fury central mechanic was something.
Neville 702 3 donated £5 and said, I hope Kishimoto doesn't get the chance to make an adventure games. He doesn't have the drive to make a platformer. Maybe he could do a good open one. You see, the thing is, right? The thing is, and this is the truth, that people always talk about, oh, 6 is Adventure 3, this is Adventure 3, that is Adventure 3. But the truth of the matter is, if Frontiers was a masterpiece, like if it did the things it needed to do to be a masterpiece, it would be the ideal Adventure 3. Simply because you've got the open world, which is just the hub world expanded from Adventure 1, and then you've got the main levels, which are like the high speed levels. If you had amazing cyberspace levels with great level design, it could even still be boost. And then an open world that took some of the playground elements from, say, Green Hill Paradise Act 2, engaging, challenging platforming, great story, it would essentially be Adventure 3. Essentially. The only difference is maybe you'd have to add like playable Tails and maybe Knuckles, something like that. But essentially, a well-executed Frontiers would have been Adventure 3. It's just because it's so Kishimoto-ified that you wouldn't even think of it as a potential SA3 because everything seems so basic. But the fact of the matter is, open world, regular Sonic levels. It's just the same thing Adventure 1 did with bigger hub worlds, with more things to do in the hub world. That's it. Same thing. You got the creatures, they're not Chow, they're the discount Chow, but you got the creatures. All you had to do was just execute it better. It's basically an adventure game. There's loads of games which could be considered SA3 in my opinion. It's really a name at this point. Exactly. Like Unleashed was originally titled SA3, but then they titled it Unleashed, probably because of the Werehog and things like that. But Unleashed had that whole adventure feeling with the hub walls and then the levels. It's that feeling of going on an adventure, you know? But yeah, it would have been like this could have been like a great adventure style game if they did it properly. It's true. But, you know, it's all about the execution. It's all about the level design. I think Beats has sent me something on Discord. Let me see what we got here. Show chat this. Let me see. Sonic Forces Sky Sanctuary. Oh, so someone has modded Generation Sky Sanctuary directly into Forces. They got rid of the clouds though. So they got rid of the clouds. And then it's just platforms now. I think the point is that the forces control makes the level not as good. You just air boost over the whole shit. It doesn't have the same feel, essentially. You just air boosted over that. Are the clouds gone? Oh, they just so they replaced the clouds with home and attack. So again, you simplify that because before you like stomp and bounce on the clouds, you get your height, then maybe you air boost off of that. All right, now you get to this section. Can you go on the rails? You can't go on the rails. So now you're just holding boost. You can't drift. You can't drift in forces. At least the avatar can drift in automatically, but can't drift. So now this is just the whole boost section. Don't get to do no drift. Don't get to hit the rail with the momentum. So you just boost down. So it's been simplified again. That momentum that you'd get at this section that you'd use to like fling past, you don't get that. So you just, I guess you just keep boosting. They added that thing from the shadow levels. Okay. So you're spamming home and attack. Rainbow ring. Rainbow ring, rainbow ring. Hit the ramp. Again, there's no trick system as well, so all the ramps are just basic. Alright. It's kind of, yeah, they've kind of changed the section a little bit though. This section definitely different. Okay, now it looks familiar again. Now that it's become a home and attack section. Where's the thing that takes you out? Okay, cool. It's gone. Alright, jump over that. So you're gonna take the upper route. Alright, take the upper route. It's like the whole field is ruined. This still looks better than most forces levels. Yeah, I see what you mean, obviously. But it has, the whole thing is, the feel is gone, right? The feel is gone. And there's another example of this as well, because like, where is it? Like, as I said before, Heroes is the fastest non-boost Sonic game, right? Heroes have very fast acceleration, high acceleration, and Sonic moves very fast in that game compared to the adventure games, which are more controlled in speed. Someone mods in Heroes levels into Adventure 1, it starts to feel like there's these long stretches of land where you're not doing anything, and it becomes really boring looking. And I'm saying this to someone who says Heroes is his favorite game, but because Adventure 1 is slower, it feels like it's just a bunch of long stretches of land where nothing's happening. Because all the things that you usually be doing in Heroes you can't do. Sonic will be running way faster through all of this. So now you're having to spam the spin dash just to get through there. Oh, that was a glitch. It's just a lot slower. On top of that, in Heroes, you be switching characters, and there'll be like gates and shit, rocks to break and shit. But here, everything just feels like, what the fuck is this sidebar? My god, dude. Oh, they made for kids to find this video. Crip. My god. Can't even watch a Seaside Hill video without being bombarded with this shit. See, regular Heroes, you would have been way farther than here by now. And then I think there's a few other ones. God, I remember this video. I was so hyped recording it. This is probably the most hype I've ever been in any video ever. This is probably the most hype I've ever been recording a video. Anyway, I think they did. Was it Egg Fleet? Yeah, here's another example. So in regular Heroes, you're speeding through. Like, if you're not stopping to fight enemies, obviously, you are speeding through here. Sonic is way faster. But here, it's not the same. The fact they got the rails to work in this one was pretty amazing. But Like modders are crazy, man. But like Heroes, you're speeding through. Go to Heroes Seaside Hill. It's just so much faster. That whole section SA1, he was like running, spam, spin dash. Here, you're already all the way here. It fits the way this game moves.
Once the checkpoint is touched, you can restart from there when you lose a life. Each time you trigger a check.
But anyway, let me not stare at Heroes before tears come out of my eyes because of how goated it is. I was just trying to make a point that them thinking they could swerve having to figure out good level design by just copying straight from gens, probably not the best idea. That's because Heroes is linear, Adventure Sonic is built for open. Exactly. Heroes is designed to be linear, that's why Sonic moves faster and accelerates faster. Also, the acceleration is high because they know you're going to be switching characters a lot, so they know if you're using Tails for a slower section, you want to get fast quick. You're going to switch straight to Sonic. You want to be fast as quickly as possible to get that stretch of speed, you know, for that speed section before you switch to, say, Knuckles or Tails again. Whereas eventually you're just controlling Sonic, so, you know, you have time to build that acceleration and explore whatever.
Innovative and cool and very fun, Sonic Frontiers' central mechanic is drawing circles. And I don't care who says it's enjoyable, who says it feels good, who says that it's a great evolution, it is bad. Drawing circles around enemies is not fun. Drawing circles around enemies is not engaging. Drawing circles around enemies is time-consuming, repetitive, and dull.
I mean, using time consuming as an insult feels weird because literally everything you do consumes time. You know, as long as you're having fun, doesn't really matter. It's be like, I don't like this mechanic because it consumes time. Like, you know, so you prefer something that doesn't consume time. So you want nothing then. I mean, I'm not saying you're not allowed to like the side loop. I think the side loop is fine. I'm fine with the circling around enemies. I think it's a decent move. I mean, but it's just the idea that he was like, it is time consuming. Literally everything is time consuming. What would not be time consuming? Me talking about this is time consuming.
And instead of putting in fun, creative enemies, they put in a Mighty Mug child baby. Don't know why that's the main character they show off in the story trailer. And then you're fighting geometric objects. Imagine if in Mario Bowser's Fury,
Geometric object? You talking about the
instead
enemies?
of fighting Koopas and Goombas and giant birds with beaks and all sorts of other creatures.
No, I disagree with what he's saying here. I don't think. Is he trying to say that they should put badniks in there because it's Sonic? No.
You fought shapes. It does something to the
Like, no badniks, no fucking flickies.
game.
Classic fans
It
have got enough.
destroys the integrity and it
The enemies fit the environment. I don't have a problem with the enemy design
destroys
at
the
all.
engagement and it destroys the immersiveness. I don't understand what people are saying they see in Sonic because this is the same Sonic Frontiers that I saw in person in Los Angeles, and this is the same Sonic Frontiers I saw shown off by IGN when it looked like a disaster. And yes, they did throw together a nice quick cut trailer that indicated other environments, but those environments are still a random smorgasbord of grind rails and boost pads thrown aimlessly around, with the central mechanic being go around, draw circles. There aren't
I mean, I agree with obviously the platforms being placed in random areas.
the little challenges that capture fun bits of Sonic. The fun bits of Sonic are in those cyberspace stages, again, trying to really just convince you that this is what you loved. It is a absolute joke that Sonic Frontiers comes out the day before God of War Ragnarok. Those two games could not...
Wait, Ragnarok comes out the day after Frontiers? Oh, shit. I'm going to have to coordinate around that. I'll probably do like a big Frontiers stream on the 8th. And then Ragnarok, I'll probably stream that like on the 9th. And then come back for Frontiers Part 2 like on the 10th or something like that.
not be farther apart in terms of foresight and thought.
Oh, wait, A Little to the Left drops on the 8th as well. Oh, no. Game of the year.
And quality. I would love to be wrong. I would love for Sonic Frontiers to have a second world that just blows us away. But even in the Gamescom trailer, you can pause and see that this game is running the same open zone style throughout. And Sega has said we don't understand it, fans don't get it. And now magically they do.
I wonder what this guy's Sonic opinions are. Like, what's his favorite Sonic game? What's his least favorite Sonic games? Like, I feel like there should be a rule. Like, when you're giving your opinion on an upcoming Sonic game, you gotta state your Sonic opinions, right? Not because some opinions are right and some are wrong, but because, like, I want to know where you at, because it's gonna affect how I view your opinion, right? Again, if your favorite Sonic game is like CD, and then you go and tell me that you don't like Frontiers because the level design is not confusing enough, I'm gonna be like, well, you like CD, clearly you like confusing. But that was just one example. I'm just saying that it affects how I view your opinion. I think he doesn't like Sonic. Possibly. I don't know. I don't really follow this guy.
Because there's a release date, this game is getting closer, and people want to like it. They have to now convince themselves that it's pretty good before they fork over their $60, $70. It's a lot of money, and it's a lot of time and effort that went into making that money, and you got to justify it to yourself. This game looks like they had no idea what they're...
Someone said this guy's hating too much. He didn't even play the game. You can't hate something you never tried. Well, I mean, can you love something you never tried? Because, I mean, there's plenty of people who already love the game and they haven't tried it. I mean, if you couldn't love it without playing it, then you can hate it without playing it too, right? It's only fair, right? If you could jump to a positive conclusion, then you should also be allowed to jump to a negative conclusion, right? I'm not saying I hate Frontiers. I'm just talking about this guy here who clearly doesn't like it.
They're doing, and
a lot of people don't know he is just Ghost Robo. I don't know what that is.
The latest build, the Gamescom demo, 2 months before the game comes out, still has graphical issues and camera control problems, something that plagued the original reveal of the game back on IGN when the gameplay debuted. Pop-in galore, because it literally is random objects popped into a world. They did not have a clear vision on...
Honestly, the pop-in and the graphical glitches, like, personally, I'm not really fussed, right? You know, Prem loves 06. He doesn't give a fuck about glitches. I mean, obviously, they matter. I'm not saying the game should be unpolished. I'm just saying, I don't really focus on that shit. I focus on the core shit.
What they were doing. They did not look at Mario, Bowser's Fury, and say, we
Ghost Robo is a second channel with over 1 million subs.
could do something similar. Now, you can argue that Sonic is a different type of game than Mario. It's a different moveset. It's a different speed. But I've even seen people say, in their positive impressions, that Sonic has to slow down to approach these different challenges. Now, these aren't interesting, engaging, named challenges like we saw throughout Mario, utilizing different parts of his moves and utilizing all sorts of other elements from past and present Mario games to formulate a new creative idea, taking advantage of a semi-open world, if you will, an open zone done by Nintendo. Instead, it's literally just, I don't know, go in a circle around this loop, go in a circle around this grind rail, and then go in a circle 6 times around this giant geometric object, because that's how you beat it. And then once that's done, your big reward is you get to play a 1 to 2 minute stage that looks like it was copied from a previous game and relive a past game. Don't let them off the hook this easy. Do not let them off the hook when they had a perfect template to follow and they chose not to. Look, I'll always give credit.
I wouldn't say Bowser's Fury is the perfect template again. It's more like Adventure 1 Unleashed. Adventure 1 Unleashed essentially mixed with Mario Odyssey. That was the template for Frontiers. Adventure 1 Unleashed, Odyssey. Odyssey for the open world and the variety of kingdoms and environments. Adventure 1 for the momentum and the way you would manipulate the open world. Unleashed for the kind of shit that you could do in the open world, like challenges and NPCs and shit like that. And then Unleashed for the boost levels as well, like you take inspiration from that. Adventure 1 Unleashed, Odyssey. That was the template. Maybe even throw in some SA2 because of like the bounce bracelet and the rail grinding in SA2 was really good. But like that's essentially the template. Well, what should have been the template, I think, for Frontiers.
Where credit's due for creativity. And they tried something different and it just didn't work. There has been no part of Sonic Frontiers that show that they have any idea what would make a really cool open world game. And I'm beginning to believe that the Sonic would make a work. There has been no part of Sonic Frontiers that show that they have any idea what would make a really cool open world game.
I kind of agree with that as well, because the combat looks decent. I'll give you the combat. But the puzzles, so basic. You know? You could say it's the first island, but if each island is like several hours long, you're going to have puzzles that are way more engaging to the brain, is all I'm saying, right? Like, Breath of the Wild, I didn't beat the game, but I played it for several hours. And they had some really interesting, like, shrines in there. Like, you go in there and there's, like, some shit you got to figure out. And you sit there like, how do I pull this off kind of thing? You know what I mean? Frontiers puzzles, just go around the square or whatever, and it's done. I don't think that's interesting. The platforming in the open world, I haven't seen anything that was like, oh my god, that's insane. No major use of momentum in the open world. Obviously, the rails, they've added some momentum to it. I'm just saying, like, the levels are not designed, or the open world's not designed around that. So it's like the perfect opportunity to do essentially an open world that has playgroundy elements. They didn't use that opportunity, essentially.
And I'm beginning to believe that the Sonic gameplay style just isn't conducive for a great game anymore. But
no, that's not true. That's not true. Don't blame Sonic for that. It's not Sonic's fault. Sonic didn't do anything wrong. Sonic is our Lord and Savior. The problem is the people making the game don't know what we want. They don't know. They have no idea.
But that's a topic for another discussion and another day. Right now,
Aqua Blue T donated $1.99 and said, sounds like he just wants Sonic to be Mario. I don't want to speak for him, but I think he just wants more effort put in, right? Because, like, Mario, like, at least with the main games, they always put in a lot more effort. I feel like his point is that maybe not enough effort is put in here, because aside from the combat and the graphics, everything else feels too basic, essentially. Maybe the story will be really good. I haven't seen a lot of the story, but I'm sure the story will have some decentness to it because Ian Flynn is penning that. But, like, the combat and the graphics are nice, but a lot of other things just feel like puzzles feel basic, cyberspace feels basic, platforming open world feels basic. It's like,
now,
I get it.
It's about this game that's in front of us. And the game that's in front of us is not the game that we want it to be, or that we hope it to be, or that it could have been. It's the game that it is. And I really, really do not like anything that I've seen of this game. And I think it is going to be a disaster. I really do. There's been a lot of...
When he says a disaster, people say it's going to be a disaster or the game's going to fail. I don't know what people mean by that. Do you mean like sales? Do you mean like critic scores? Do you mean like user scores? Because there's 3 points when you're judging like the success of a game. There's the sales, there's the critic scores, and then there's the user scores. And then if you want to include this one, then there's your own personal score, which is really the most important one for you. But in terms of the general consensus of the game, you know, doesn't mean shit. You're just one person, right? I don't know. I feel like Frontiers will probably sell, you know. I feel like it will. The movie franchise is doing well. They've got Prime coming out. They could probably cross-promote with Prime. What the fuck is going on with Prime? I just remembered Prime was a thing. Where's the update on Prime? Isn't that dropping, like, this year? What's going on with Prime? I literally forgot about it until just now. But they could cross-promote with Prime. I feel like it will sell. Plus, they're doing the pre-order thing with the pre-order bonuses. They're charging full price, so they're going to make good money. Money-wise, I think it will sell. All right? Because at $60 to $70, if they move like 3 million units, like, what are we saying? Like, let's call it, let's say half the people get the $70 version, half get the 60. Multiply by 65. They're raking in, is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're raking in $195 million at 3 million units of sales. All right, that's pretty decent, you know? But in terms of review, I actually have no idea what the reviews are going to be like. If I was to put money on it, if I had to put my life savings on the Frontiers Metacritic, I would still struggle, right? Users, I don't know what users are going to say. Because Sonic fans, they're going to be hyped for anything if it's an upcoming Sonic game. They're going to defend the fuck out of it. So I don't really know what's going to happen when it's actually out. The casual market, I don't know what they're gonna say, right? So it's kind of tough. Critics, I don't think Frontiers will hit any sort of 80 on Metacritic. Now I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe critics will like it. I don't see it hitting an 80, right? 75 is the bare minimum to get a green score, right? So if we look at, what's a good example to use for this? If we go to Metacritic right now and we type in, let's type in Sonic Unleashed. Okay, that's not the example I was looking for. Sonic Heroes. Yeah, 73, 72. It's yellow. No, the example I was looking for was Colors Ultimate. That's the example I was looking for. Oh, no, that dropped to 74. Okay. The point I was trying to make is you need 75 to get a green score. So for Frontiers to be considered a critical W, I would say you would need a bare minimum 75 from critics. Yellow is seen as mixed, right? Again, so when people are saying Frontiers is the most 7 out of 10 game they've ever seen, I don't see that as a plus. You don't want to pay full price for a game that's a 7 out of 10, right? Generations has a 7 or 77, and that's people. Yeah, but I understand why Generations has a lower score. I mean, it's a very short game. The story is shit. You know, the final boss is shit. And it's a very short game and it's full price. So I can see why it would have that low of a score. But, you know, if Generations was longer, more content, you know, I could see it being higher. Better story, better ending, you know. But back to what I was saying here. For Frontiers to be considered a W, you need green scores on both sides. Green scores on both sides, right? I believe you need, was it 7.5 to get the green? So this is 7.8 on the user score, which is too low because this is the GOAT. But you need 7.5 on user score, 75 on critic score. I don't know why they put the decimal here but not there to get the green. So if we want to establish if Frontiers as a W, in terms of sales, I don't know what the golden number is for it to be a W because I don't know how much Sega spent making the game. So I don't know how much sales they need to make to break even. I don't know how much sales they need to make to turn a profit. I have no idea on any of that. So I can't say the magical sales figure to consider Frontiers a W. It could move 5 million units and they might go, oh, that's not enough. We wanted to move 10 and to them it's a failure. Or it could move 3 million and they go, oh, that's 1 million more than we expected. We're happy. I have no idea. But for me, in terms of like the perception of the game, you need at least 75 on critic score and 7.5 on user score. Ideally 8 on user score, but we'll say 75 and 7.5. You want green and green, right? Whether it can hit that, I don't know. I think 75 on critic score is possible. Not guaranteed, possible. I think 80 is not happening, right? Could I be wrong? Sure. I think 80 is not happening. My gut telling me it's going to be early 70s. My gut telling me it's going to be 72, 73, with the Switch port potentially being 70, 69, something, late 60s, because the Switch port going to have more issues because it's the Switch trying to run that game. Let me see Forces Switch. Did I get a lower score? Okay, so PS4 and Switch both got 57. Xbox One got 62. Also, the scores are not perfect because at the same time, they're not just judging the quality of each port. Like the Xbox One version of, the PS4 version of Forces is better than the Switch version just off of the performance alone, but they got the same score. Then the Xbox One version is higher because it's different critics, right? Someone might review just the Xbox One version and they love the game. Someone might review the Switch version, they didn't like the game as much. So it's not perfectly even. So the Switch port might even have the highest score because maybe the Nintendo fans are giving Sonic more passes than, say, the people on PlayStation 5 or Series X or whatever. But I am feeling like the score is going to be early 70s, right? If it's bad, late 60s. But I'm thinking early 70s. If they're lucky, they hit a 75, 76, maybe even a 77. I'm not seeing an 80. open world type games tend to do well with critics. Yeah, but I guess it depends, right? If it's 5 islands, and they're saying it's 30 to 60 hours if you're 100% in a 60, if you're just beating it, it's like 30. You're looking at 5 islands, so 30 divided by 5. You're looking at 6 hours per island. Is there enough going on in these islands to spend 6 hours in them? So 10 cyberspace levels. So 6 times 60. You're looking at 360 minutes. So let's say there's 10 cyberspace levels in the area. Okay, so that's a minute each. That's 10 minutes that you spend in them. So minus 10, you're left at 350. Let's say you play each cyberspace level twice because you got to look for red rings. We'll minus another 15 minutes off of it because maybe looking for red rings takes more time. That leaves 335 minutes. Otherwise, about 5.5 hours left in the open world. Is there 5.5 hours worth of shit to do in each island? Like, think of Kronos Island and the grassy area that we've seen, right? If we go back to the IGN first, is there enough cool shit? I don't know how big it is fully, but is there enough cool shit in this area to be here for 6 hours? Like, is there enough interesting combat? Is there enough puzzles? Is there enough platforming sections for me to be in here for 6 hours and not get bored? There's no NPCs. Well, I think you could talk to the Elder Cogos, I don't know. But there's no, like, regular NPCs. So you're going to be doing platforming, you're going to be doing puzzles, and combat. 6 hours, or 5.5 hours minus the cyberspace time. Is there enough shit for the critics to not get bored? How about putting up a poll, what will critics rate the game? I think I did a poll like that before, honestly. I've done so many polls now. Let me see if I can find it. No, that's a different one. Oh yeah, I was playing the GOAT in bed. People said Frontiers was bad design the generator. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, this is a poll. This is 2 months ago. Cyberspace is looking more fun, less fun than the open world. Around the same level as the open world. Both amazing. Okay. Alright then. Ideal length for 3 song level. Yeah, great. The people have spoken. Kishimoto, the people have spoken. God, like 1% picked 1 minute. 2 is like the bare minimum, right? Like, this is when you're good at it, not first time. People beat these side series levels in a minute. And let me keep going, okay? Yeah, I don't think I did a rating. Yeah, I don't think I did a rating. Well, I should probably do one. Let's see. I could do a poll now. I didn't type anything in. Ignore that poll. I started the poll and then I just ended it. What Metacritic score do you think Frontiers will get from the critics? Alright. So we're gonna say 75 to 79. 70 to 74. And then we'll do, say, 60 to 69. And then we'll do the final option. There we go. There's the poll. Let's see what people are saying. I'm gonna sit here. Could be that, but I'm gonna sit here. So most people are saying it'll be in the green. Okay. That's interesting. Another thing is also a lot of the critics who play the game before it comes out, a lot of them are people who are actually interested in playing the game. Whereas what happens when the game comes out is a lot of other critics are just reviewing it because it's a new game and they're not really big on Sonic. So then you see a lot more negative opinions show up because they weren't following it pre-release and it's like, okay, it's out now, we'll play it, we don't like it, whatever. But then the critics actually going out their way to try it are already going in with a desire to like it, right? But yeah, I would say it would hit the early 70s, but 75 is possible. I don't see 80. Obviously, individual critics could give it an 80. Like if you look at Heroes, you got a 100, you got an 82, you got an 80. But it's just too many mixed reviews from people who don't have good taste, lowering the score naturally. So things like that, you know. But yeah, as I said, I don't know the perfect sales amount. But in terms of to consider the game a W, you want green on both sides, right? For us to be like, it succeeded. If you only had to pick one side to get green from, then we pick the user side because we matter more than the critics, in my opinion. Obviously, to Sonic Team, they said they were targeting higher review scores, so you know we probably matter less to them in that case. But you know, let me end this poll now. But if you had to pick one side, ideally, in terms of it being a W, you'd want it to be like Unleashed, right? So the critics go, we ain't fucking with this, but then the users know what's up, right? In that case, is it still a W? Well, I mean, the public perception is no, because they're gonna look at this, but to the fan base, yes. So I'd rather pick this than it be the other way around. Well, okay, no, let me not say that. If it was a game I really liked, then that's what I'd want. But if it's a game that I think is not all that, then I wouldn't really want the users to gas it like it's the greatest thing ever. Because if it got like a 9 on user score, then me personally, as someone who thought it wasn't that good, I'm thinking, okay, it got such a high score that Sonic Team gonna be like, oh, we'll just do more of that, make it as basic as it was before. Story could bring up positive reviews. Well, I mean, I guess if you're playing for story and not for gameplay, me personally, I don't really care. Like, I mean, I'm sure the story will be decent because Ian Flynn's penning at the end of the day, but story could not save a mid game for me. You know, like gameplay is more important than story. In fact, with Spark the Electric Jester 3, which I really enjoy playing, I want there to be a way to just replay the levels without the cutscenes playing. Like, I just want to, like, you go onto the world map and, like, it's like a quality of life update I like to see. Like, just the ability to just replay levels, you know, just skip the bosses that come after the levels when the level is done, you know, because it's like, I just want to play that level. Like, I really enjoy playing the levels in Spark 3, but, like, if there's a boss after that level and it's in the story, I just want to play that level and then have the level finish and then go back to the hub world or whatever. I don't want it to go straight into the boss and then into a cutscene and have to skip it. I just want to play the level. You know, that's just me personally, right?
Sonic Disaster.
It would be like if you're playing SA1 and you finish the game, but then every time you go back into the hub world and say you go into the elevator to play Speed Highway, then after you beat Speed Highway, you got to see cutscene again. Like, I don't want to see the cutscene again. I'm just replaying the level. You know what I mean?
It is going to be a disaster. I really do. There's been a lot of Sonic disasters in the past, and I think this will go down as one of the biggest. I mean, look at the character design.
I don't think this will go down as one of the biggest disasters, right? I think Frontiers will go down as this is going to be the national anthem of Sonic fans after Frontiers comes out. At least it's better than Forces. That's going to be the anthem, right? Because when anyone criticizes it or brings up a legitimate criticism, they're going to say, well, at least it's better than Forces. right? It's not gonna top gens in terms of quality, but it's better forces, right? It's gonna come up a lot. So to say it's gonna be the biggest disaster, I disagree. I don't think there's any train wrecky elements here. It's just more so it's missing good elements. That's why it's not an 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10.
Of the main dude they decide to show off in the character trailer. People are grabbing at straws saying, we saw Big the Cat. There's a fishing minigame. We see Amy. Don't let them do it to you. Don't let them do it to you. They designed a game where they thought you deserved geometric enemies, giant towers for bosses, and random, sporadic,
I don't have a problem with the enemy design or the boss design.
not grouped together in any sort of organized or artistic way, objects for you to climb and slide and fall off of.
Yeah, the platform. Yeah, we already
Sonic
went through that.
Frontiers still looks as goofy and discombobulated as it did in the beginning. We're just getting close to the release date now, and people want to believe because they've loved Sonic from when they were young. And I know how that feels. I know how that goes. I understand the desire. But I'm saying, I'm hoping, I'm wishing that you will see through that and not let that get you. Because you'll spend your $60 and you'll find yourself flummoxed. Why did I believe in this game
This guy be using some interesting words. Flummoxed? What the fuck
that
is
has
that?
boring mechanics? Find yourself flummoxed. Why did...
Flummoxed. My God. This dude should call himself vocabulary force, because I'm learning some shit here. Flummoxed?
Flummoxed.
My God. This nigga teaching me some English.
I believe in this game that has boring mechanics and looks like not a great execution and has visual problems 2 months before release, but I had a secret hope. And I have no secret hopes that this will do great on Switch because that system is nowhere near as strong as PC or
I can't believe this running natively on Switch, though. I can't believe they pulled that off.
Xbox, and it has problems there. I feel like the open zone of Sonic Frontiers is going to be disastrous on Switch and have even more pop-in and graphical hiccuping than the other versions have already exhibited. And they've shown their hand. They're being honest with you. Don't create something that isn't there. Sega has not said, oh, there's more deeper gameplay later on. They've said you don't understand what makes this good. AKA, we don't know. People don't like it. That's where they are. That's effectively what they're saying to you, and I'd love to be wrong. I'd love for this game to come out and blow us away, but I hate the idea that people will get swept up into the typical YouTube pattern where as a game approaches release, creators get all excited and fans get all hyped and they want to believe that everything is the greatest thing ever because saying it's the greatest thing ever is the good thing to do on Twitter these days. And so I just...
On the sidebar, Frontier's gameplay looks amazing as he's saying that.
My honest opinion, I've been accused before of being like a fanboy that won't say anything bad about games, anything bad about Switch. I'm such a positive guy, and I normally am. But my positivity here is directed to saving you money from a game that looks antiquated, out of date, and completely, absolutely clueless. Sonic Frontiers is about drawing circles around geometric objects, and that's all you need to know. Thank you for listening to this TED Talk. Feel free to disagree, feel free to prove me wrong, but you can hear it.
I feel like I've heard all I need to hear. What's the comment saying? As rough as Frontiers looks, people are saying a lot of the same stuff about Pokemon Legends Arceus, and that ended up getting surprisingly positive reception. Trailers and short gameplay reviews do not always do a game justice. Definitely fair to criticize Sonic Team for not presenting the game well, but I'll be waiting to see what the game is like at launch before determining it's a waste of money. I mean, if you don't pre-order the game, you could always just wait to see someone else play it and then decide for yourself, right? But if we look at Legends Arceus, I haven't played Legends Arceus, by the way. I'm not really like big on Pokemon like that. I mean, I've played it before, but like not heavily. But I mean, it's very rarely that a game surprises me, right? Like when it comes to trailers, I usually know pretty soon after seeing like one trailer if I'm going to like a game a lot or not, right? The only problem is with Sonic Team, they withhold so much information in the trailers, you barely get to see anything. So you actually don't know. You know, they're good at withholding shit. How well have Sonic games been preserved? Very poorly. I might watch that later, actually. So tired of people trying to hate on 3D Sonic games, especially the ones they feel don't feel like Sonic games. They've done that with Unleashed. Yeah, I mean, Unleashed, a lot of people who weren't old enough to remember this, like when Unleashed came out, there was a lot of people who didn't like even the day levels because they were so different from the adventure era and what people were used to. Even I felt a bit like this is not what I'm used to. Like I've been playing adventure style gameplay. This is very different. Not to say I disliked it, but even I felt that this is different. Where's the other playable characters? Where's this? Where's that? You know, but I definitely didn't dislike it. I just was aware of the difference. Platinum G donated $2 and said, "This guy is spitting honestly." I agree with some things dude is saying, but obviously he's a bit more condescending about it. Like, I don't like to tell people what they should and shouldn't buy, right? Like, I'm not gonna tell someone don't buy Frontiers because, one, you know, it's just your money. Like, if you buy it, you don't like it, it's your money. I'm not gonna force you. Two, you know, I don't want Sega Ninja showing up on my door for telling not to buy the game. I'm joking, but like, I don't know. I don't like his delivery, right? It just seems a bit too condescending, right? And you could argue Prem sounds condescending sometimes, but you know, like, I feel like when I criticize it, it's because I try and give solutions, right? I don't want to just say this thing looks trash or this thing looks mid and then call it a day. I want to be like, this is the reason why. That's why when I do these streams, like I really go into more detail because like in a video, I'm trying to keep things moving, so I'm not going to explain things forever. But like when we were talking about that city level, I could have just been lazy and said that city level looks mid as fuck and then just left it at that and moved on. But I wanted to explain why. Because sometimes I don't even know why in my own head. I just look at it and I go, this looks mid, but why does it look mid? On some therapist bullshit. Like, people be like, you're angry. Why are you angry? It's like, this looks mid, but why? Why does it look mid? I don't know why it looks mid. Well, okay, compare it to other city levels. What makes the other city levels good and not mid versus this one that looks mid? Oh, okay, so here you can drift, and this one you can't drift. Here you have the quick step sections, there you can't. Here you have more obstacles and hazards, there's no hazard. Here the cars are actually moving and you have to swerve them. Here the cars are parked because they don't want you to get hit. Here you've got tricks and ramps and things like that. Here you're just jumping through hoops. And then you start to see, oh, you know, you start breaking it down and you go, okay, there's things to explain. The open world doesn't feel that engaging. Why? It's because the puzzles are basic. The platforming is very basic. It doesn't have any playgroundy elements. And then you look at Reno Paradise Act 2, you go, okay, so these are some of the playgroundy elements they could have implemented into the open world. The lack of level design that's built around momentum, right? Things like that. And you start to find out these are the things. And when I say these things, I don't actually think Sega are going to listen, right? I don't think they're sitting here watching premydaremy going, we'll take that into consideration. They don't give a fuck. But I say them, I explain them because I know people get what I'm trying to say. And when I explain it, I'm hoping that maybe there's some game developer watching me going, I understand what he's saying. And then maybe the next indie dev comes and makes a game like Sparkly Electric Just a 3, another IP or whatever, that takes the things I'm saying and actually implements them into a game. And then I could be like, check out this cool indie game that implemented cool things that we were talking about. Things that we liked from past games or whatever, and then involve them or whatever. Maybe someone will listen. If it's not Sonic Team going to listen, they're a AAA company, they're going to do what they want. If they want to appeal to a different market, that's them. But maybe someone will listen and somehow it gets implemented. Even if that game developer right now is just some 15-year-old kid making his first game, maybe 5 years later, he takes that thing that I said, or she, or they, take that thing that I've said, and then they're going to make a game 5 years from now, and maybe they'll never admit it out loud, but maybe hearing what I said in the stream, they use some of that in their level design philosophies, and they made good level design, and they made something great with it. Do you know what I mean? It's like comparing like Sonic Omens to like, you know, Green Hill Paradise Act 2 or Spark 3, like completely different philosophies of level design. Why do you like this one? Why do you dislike that one? Like, what is the difference? All of these things it's very fascinating. Like, Sonic level design is a very fascinating thing, and you know, there's obviously going to be subjectivity involved in what is the best kind of level design, but at the core of it, it needs to be engaging and challenging. If it's not that, then what's even the point? If it's not challenging, then it might as well be a movie. That's just the way I see it. So whether it's adventure or it's boost or whatever, I need to feel engaged. That's all it is, essentially. Yeah, let's close that. No, don't play that. Hold on. We still got like articles and shit to go through. I haven't even gone through all these articles. Well, this one's not in English. Let's see this one. This is from Sonic Paradise. Sonic Frontiers is promising, and its desert island is gigantic. Alright, so this is translated from Spanish, so it's probably not gonna be a perfect translation, but we'll take a look. If you're one of those people who feel optimistic, it's our pleasure to tell you that you are doing well. You are doing well, Way, since our impressions when trying it were very positive. For half an hour, you're able to enjoy gameplay on Ares Island, which is the second island, the desert space where we can see the trailer. So again, the public demo, they got the first island for 15 minutes. The embargo'd one that's just been lifted, they got Ares Island for like 30 minutes or so. So one thing was made very clear from the beginning: the island is gigantic, enormous. I think the best example we can give of how big it is during our hands-on session. There were about 6 of us who were able to play the game at once, and we all played in different parts of the island. So that makes sense. They played half an hour. There were 6 of them, and all 6 of them were in different parts of the island, which insinuates is like 3 hours worth of island at least that they all traversed through. Which makes sense because they said the game's like 30 hours, 5 islands, 6 hours per island. So there's definitely a lot of space in there. During our session, we were able to interact with 2 types of enemies. Okay, the enemy stuff. Beware doesn't necessarily mean there's only 2 types, but rather they're the only ones that we saw. Okay. I don't want to hear too much about the enemies. I kind of want to hear about platforming and other stuff, to be honest. Eggman did his thing on the island. We found the remains of one of his ships. Sega told us, in addition to the fact that Sonic will be the only playable character, that Frontier is designed to keep the player entertained for a long time. If we take as an example the extension of the island that was presented to us, without a doubt they fulfilled the objective. Action style, high speed style. We chose the high speed style. Sonic controls feels familiar and very comfortable. It could present a problem for someone who has no experience with another Sonic before. Okay. While it appears Sonic will be the only playable character, he won't be the only one to appear in the game. We know Amy is there, we know Knuckles is there. What video is this? Yeah, we've already seen that. If we were to sum up our session, it would be like a very positive experience. Stage is brutally big and the battles we got to fight were a lot of fun. We didn't get to enter any level of cyberspace. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you gotta really love the combat to enjoy the game, because like no one is really talking heavily about platforming. No one is going, the platforming is crazy, right? They're saying like it's big, there's lots to explore, but then usually they talk about battles, right? They don't even talk about the puzzles. They haven't mentioned some crazy puzzle that we haven't seen yet. They haven't gone, oh, this puzzle in Ares Island, oh my god, like that shit had my brain twisting, you know what I mean? Like, this platforming was crazy. I had to like really try hard to do that. Like, it's usually just the combat. So, you know, it's very interesting. Like, if you're not as into the combat and you want more of the other stuff, how much of that is there? Because I mean, if they're saying these islands are big, there's got to be, how balanced is it? You know, is it mainly combat and everything else is a side shit? Someone said I feel like they've forgotten Sonic was a platform. Yeah, I feel like they kind of have. They're kind of just like, yeah, we'll put some rails there and some little home attack sections and some platforms, but like, we're not really trying to make you platform. Like, you know, just boost around, do these combat things, the occasional basic puzzle, but like, you know, I don't know. push square. This is a PlayStation related site. Sonic Frontiers is a positive step forward that needs further work. Okay. Frontiers didn't need the. Okay, can we change this song actually? We need something more intense right now. I'm kind of like. I need something more intense. Something to get me moving again, because like it's a bit slow. Alright. There we go. Someone said they're curious to see what I will say when I play it. I really hope they drop a demo, because like a demo at home, because what I really want to do when this demo drops, if they drop a demo before release, which they probably won't drop on PC because people mine the fuck out of it, but I just want to be able to just try out the physics options. I'll probably spend like the first like 20-30 minutes just playing around the physics options and seeing how much I can manipulate the environment before I even do the regular gameplay. I just want to see that, because like I want to know how much it really affects the control and the physics. Alright, so it says Frontiers didn't leave the strongest impression when Sega first revealed it, despite positive first previews. Concerns were raised regarding combat in the game's physical design, amplified by the publisher's refusal to delay it further. However, thanks to the handling review, we finally had a chance to check it. Feels like a step up for its yep, which isn't the highest bar, but there's promise. At least it's better than Forces, the national anthem of Frontiers, of the fan base. Better than Forces. What did users give Forces? 6.5. If users gave Forces 6.5, then Frontiers is going to be at least 7+ for users. You know, critics going to have, if they gave Forces 57, bare minimum Frontiers probably like 65. But I think it could, I think it could do early 70s, maybe even 75 if you're lucky. For anyone who's been following, probably where it takes a different approach, yada yada yada, yeah, the basic shit, yeah, okay. Okay. Our goal involved rescuing a certain knucklehead. In most locations seem to have at least one of Sonic's friends trapped within. They said most locations have at least one of Sonic's. So, you mean most islands, or what? You saying there's one person per island? Like Amy in the first island, Knuckles in the second? Or maybe Amy and Tails in the first? Knuckles? I don't know. Well, Big was in the first island, right? So, Amy and Big in the first island, Knuckles in the second. I don't know. Freeing them requires memory token, yada yada yada. Yeah. This token process requires repeating at least 3 times. So you gotta like get what, 3 memory tokens? Okay. We explored Ares Island. While the biome didn't feel lacking, it's not particularly packed either. Between larger towers, grinding rails, and walls to run climb up, some placements feel natural, like using bounce pads to speed through a narrow canyon, but others feel more random. Many events seem to be, well, there. Even so, Frontiers rewards those who take the effort to explore, and running across these large open spaces is enjoyable. It took time to adjust into Frontiers visuals. I mean, you wouldn't put the apostrophe before the S, because the S is part of the actual title of the game. You put the apostrophe after the S, okay? I know you're not grammar square, but still. So this is one of these critics who thinks the game should look more colorful and Sonic-y. I don't give a fuck about that shit. There's nothing wrong with realistic environments. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Frontiers crucially feels like you're playing a Sonic game. Much of that comes with moveset. Own attack, spin jump, and spin dash. Double jump, running, utilize a familiar boost. Further abilities like new attacks are unlockable. Some being gated behind story progression, you earn skill points to obtain the others. What stood out most is Sonic's new side loop ability. Yeah, we know about the side loop, yada yada yada. You can also use the okay. Alongside unearthing hidden items of puzzle solving. Okay. We encountered one mini-boss and defeating them required grinding across 3 circular rails to turn them blue, making them vulnerable. We had minor frustrations, as while the D-pad moves Sonic between rails, the instinctive reaction is to jump, and that is unlocked onto the next rail. So you had frustrations because you wanted to jump to the next rail, but all you had to do was move the D-pad, but instead you were actually hitting the jump. Well, I mean, you pressed the wrong button, you know. They've had it this way for all the boost games is you don't actually jump to switch roll, you press a different button. Like Unleashed, you press the bumpers, Generations, you move the analog. Defeating them into Portal Gears and cyberspace. I don't know why they wouldn't let you try the cyberspace levels. I guess because this version of the demo is in the second island, maybe they don't want to show the cyberspace levels in Island 2 because they're not ready yet. I don't know. They didn't fight Ares Island main boss. There's only so much you can gauge from 30-minute demo. While we had some criticisms, what we've seen was entertaining. For better or for worse, it didn't feel like Frontiers didn't feel like 3 Sonic with a Breath of the Wild skin. It's his own beast that's taking a big risk. Other critics said the opposite, so I don't know. We can't make any definitive judgments, but we're coming away from Gamescom cautiously optimistic. So again, what I've been saying, like a lot of these impressions, mainly they talk about things like the visuals and the combat. They rarely focus on platforming. It's like, which really gives off the impression that there's not going to be much of it there, right? It's going to feel like, I don't know, like Breath of the Wild. Like Breath of the Wild is not really a platformer. You might have some of that in the shrines, but in the main open world, it doesn't really have that. So it really does give off that impression that Sonic's not going to be doing some crazy platforming shit in the open world. So there'll be some designated floaty sections where you do some wall running and hit some springs, some rails, but don't expect to be doing some crazy platforming in the open world. Alright, how many have we got left? Oh, we got Gamer Fun, that's gonna be interesting. And we got an Iizuka interview. I think I saw this interview before. Let me just skim through this. I don't think there's anything significant in here. Yeah, I'm gonna skim through this because Iizuka be waffling a lot. So, they talk about the Cocos. We can't talk about what they are too much because you don't want to spoil. Of course, you don't want to spoil the mystery. Yeah, the classic Iizuka. Are they the new Chow? You kind of swelled the question. They're not really Chow. They're the new Chow, basically. They're tied to your actual progression and the things you can do on the island. Well, Chow are tied to your progression in the adventure games. You got 100% of Chow going to 100% SA1, I believe. There's been a lot of excitement about Flynn's involvement. What does it mean? Yada yada yada. We've had lots of different rides involved. Yada yada yada. Sonic. Unified Sonic experience. So all I wanted to do was make sure that while the past comic books were their own separate thing, but having Ian Flynn, who's doing the IDW comics, also work with us on the game, it's kind of bringing the comics and the games a little bit closer together in this unified Sonic experience. It's really about that unification and making sure we're putting a very unified version of Sonic out there. And they said as they had like 3 different voice actors for the same character in the same year. That's very interesting. Should we expect to see more crossovers or collaborations? IDW, Netflix, yada yada yada. Waffling. There was a reveal of some new biomes like a desert landscape, a tropical island. All the open zones we've seen seem more realistic in visual design than you expect to see in traditional Sonic games. There was photorealism in 06, there was photorealism in Unleashed, there was photorealism in SM2. It's not untraditional, but okay. Do you see the cyberspace stage as a way of perhaps being a little more expressive with some more unrealistic stages and environments like you see in, say, Green Hill Zone? Starfall Islands is a mysterious new location neither Sonic or Eggman have ever been to, so the team really wanted to go and build a mysterious new environment. Introduce players to this kind of wall, yada yada yada. Memories should be put together in visual format, the excuse of rehashing. These stages are all places that Sonic has been to before. He does have some sort of memory of this being constructed in this unreal way through this digital recreation. Okay, yeah. One last question. the fuck is this devil? And no one gives a fuck about this. Yeah, no one cares about that. Okay, let's check out this one. This one's also foreign. It's German. Kronos Island, Ares Island. It's awesome. Okay, let's read this. How does Frontiers play? We're allowed to play the first 2 islands. We have a lot to report. Spoilers. It's awesome. Okay, so this is something that Sonic Frontiers has not only brought joy. Gameplay was a long wait, and many fans are not very happy with the gameplay real. I'm one of them. So far, I was very skeptical, rather negative about the game. So much the better I had the opportunity to try out for myself at Gamescom. Many thanks to Sega and playing for the opportunity to play not only the pilot demo, but also the second island, which was only playable behind closed doors of the business area. I wonder if they'll let me play the second island. If I go to like EGX, would I be like, hey, I'm a YouTuber and I play the second island? Do they let me in there, or will they like, be like, oh, you're that guy who's dissing Frontiers. You ain't playing shit. Get the fuck out of here, boy. Yeah, I got no idea. I might try. I might just open my phone and like go on my channel page. Like, can I play the second island, please? You know, I'm premydaremy. Who? The EGX people be looking at me, who the fuck is this fool? You ain't no IGN. Get the fuck out of here. Zero Voltage said I'm gonna ask. I mean, you got a verification tick, so you in there, right? The moment you show that tick, you're like, oh, you got a tick? I'm gonna try that shit. I'm tickless. I'm only like 66% of the way to a tick. So I go in there like, can I try this shit? Like, you know, they might be like, I might have to drop a positive video before I go and be like, Frontiers would be amazing. And then when I show them my channel page, I put that as the channel trailer. People are like, oh, okay, yeah. Let's go and try out the second island. In this detailed hands-on preview, you can find out whether the game convinced me how much anticipation it aroused. So remember, this is translated from German, so it's not gonna be perfect translation. Alright, so 15 minutes in the first island, closed doors, 30 minutes in the second island. And then there was also a 15-minute presentation on the game, which primarily provided information about gameplay mechanics and controls. Xbox One controller was available to play with. Okay, cool. The game flow. Let's change the song. Alright. Frontiers shows a game flow, a game loop they've never seen in a Sonic game. I mean, it's based like Adventure 1, but expanded, but okay. Guardians on the 5 islands. These are mini bosses. Enemies shot portal gears. These come in 2 variations. Standard 1 portal gear and gold gives 9. So does that confirm 10 cyberspace levels per island then? Because that's 1 portal gear, then the gold gives 9. So that's 10 portal gears that gets you to 10 cyberspace levels. You need a certain amount of portal gears to open a portal. Oh no, some of them probably require multiple gears. I don't know. If you complete a cyberspace level, then you get a vault key based on the missions you completed. There were 4 missions. So that was like S rank, reach the goal, certain amount of rings, and then find the red rings, right? Those are the 4 missions. With these vault keys, you can then search for emerald vaults scattered around the map. If you open an emerald vault, you will receive a chaos emerald. So yeah, that's pretty much the gameplay loop. And then there's the memory tokens. And then away from the main game, there's still plenty for you to do. They gotta elaborate on this plenty because they're not really elaborating. Okay, difficulty levels and playstyles. How long is this article? Oh, okay, there's some meat here. There's some meat here. Okay. There's some meat. Oh, this is written by Rookie. Okay. Both the level of difficulty and the playing style could be selected at the beginning. Difficulty only affected the number of hits opponents could take. So the difficulty is basically based on the combat. It's not based on anything else. Action style has been described as a mode for players who use the action games. We know that. Games like Devil May Cry or similar. High speed is aimed more at players who are more familiar with Sonic games. Yeah, we know that. The main difference that stood out is that the action style, the boost is unlimited, the slower high speed is significantly faster but limited. You could not identify any other differences. In the second demo, we could not make a selection because it was a pre-made save and not a direct demo. Okay. So they didn't let you change the options in there. The menu also offers many options for customizing the gaming experience, but due to time constraints, we weren't able to test. Yeah, you only got 30 minutes. You can't test all the fitness options the way you want, really. You want to just get as far as you can in the game. Alright. So this is the Kronos Island demo. Yep, Windmill Out Act 1, similarities. Yep, reminiscent of Gens, Unleashed, SA2, colors. Cyberspace level has 4 missions. For each Sonic gets a vault key. The reuse of level pieces is a nice homage and fits in beautifully. The music on the stage is completely new. Sky Sanctuary even had a convincing vocal theme, okay. Cyberspace levels were either fully 2D or fully 3D. There were no mixed levels. Oh, okay, fine. So now you've become segregated, okay? Now you're doing separate but equal. Before you used to mix them together, blend them together, some Martin Luther King type shit. Now you've regressed. Now you're on some Dream Crow type shit. Fully 3D levels, fully 2D levels. We all mix them together. Okay, fine. I'm joking, by the way, for people take me seriously. All of them are quite short. 1 minute playtime. Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Colors. What's the sentence being? Why is that there? Each Cyberspace level has 4 different missions. Yep. Oh, I've gone backwards. Hold on. Oh, was it copied? I don't know. I think something got copied. Each Cyberspace level has 4. I swear this text has been copied like multiple times. Okay, contrary to what was expected, one of the existing cyberspace levels was not optional. Okay, so the cyberspace is optional is not true. There are some optional levels, but not all of them. Had to be continued. Only after completion did a bridge appear that will take you to the next part of the island. We cannot say whether this will also be the case in the final version of the game. All other played cyberspace levels were completely optional, apart from required vault keys. Okay. The upper world will greet by first enemies and the first small puzzles. These puzzles are scattered around the world and unlock new parts of the map, but otherwise optional. Puzzles in the demo were still quite simple. It was necessary to jump onto 3 switches or use the side loop to extinguish 3 torches. Yeah, pretty basic. Alright, combat system. Home attack is on X. That's the Xbox X. Combat abilities boosters now on RT, R2 basically. Opens up something we never thought was missing, but now it's here. It's an extremely useful addition, so it no longer needs to be in the air for the homing attack. It can also do it from a standing position or while running. That's pretty cool, yeah. Side loop. Yeah. We didn't try an awful lot more from combat beyond button mashing. There's significantly more combat skills. Yada yada yada. Stomp, boost. Guardian Educator shield can only be attacked from behind. There's more than one Asura on the map. I would have loved more paragraphs, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, some of the text be copied as well. Yeah, there's a lot of text. It could be a Google Translate error, so I don't want to blame the article. Sonic Frontiers controls at first glance appear more complex than most previous titles, but they don't feel like it. The control scheme is very intuitive in most cases. Most changes seem logical and well thought out. The decision to put Lightspeed Dash on L3, very unusual. Doesn't seem necessary since the LT doesn't seem to be occupied. I mean, Light Dash on LT could work. Drift is back as well, finding its place on the D-pad down. Oh, hey, you lot was giving me flack. You said that the drift was on the thumbstick, and I was reading the thing wrong. But dude who played the game saying drift was on the D-pad down. So clearly, your boy was right. Okay then, let's keep it moving. Oh, they said they weren't able to test the functionality. Okay, so he could be wrong. He could be wrong himself. He didn't test it. Unless it was in the game menu list. You know, I don't know. I mean, drift on D-pad down seems weird. Because, like, do I have a controller nearby? Why is it when I need a controller nearby, I don't have a controller nearby? Is that the one point I need a controller? I'll use my Switch. Fuck it. Okay. So you got your controller. You're using analog stick, right? This is where it will be on an Xbox, right? I don't know if you can actually see that. Yeah, you got your controller. You're moving like this. Yeah, it will make no sense to put the drift on D-pad now. It makes no sense because you're running forward and you need to hold forward to boost. You can't just boost without holding forward. Apparently in Frontiers you can't do that. So the idea that you would stop to press down just so you could drift seems ridiculous. It would have to be on the thumbstick. The boost also works differently. Previously, you could recharge it by collecting rings or wisps, but this now works automatically. The boost meter now acts more like a stamina bar. If you use it completely, there's a cooldown. So like Breath of the Wild, basically. I mean, that's not the only game to have stamina bars like that, but even on the hard element of the boost, it looks like the Breath of the Wild shit. The circles around it. So if you play on the action mode, the pleb mode, you have unlimited boost. You don't have to worry about that. Put on the high speed mode, you have a limited boost, but it's way faster. So there's gonna be a cooldown on your boost. So you're gonna want to use your boost when you're going like on an open stretch, and when it's time to stop and explore, then you let the boost recharge. Right? I'm guessing because there's not gonna be enough rings in the open world or wisps. Thank God, no wisps. So it makes sense to have it just recharge on its own. All right. Sonic controls so very well. Sometimes needs to stick some structures, resulting in strange animations, but control over the blue hedgehog is not lost. This applies to traversing the overworld as well as the cyberspace levels and combat. The platforming took some getting used to at first because Sonic was a bit too fast for it, high speed style. But that impression quickly faded. Didn't notice any difference in speed when running up or down hills. So he's saying he didn't notice any difference in speed running up or down hill. So he's saying there was no momentum on the hills. Which, I mean, we kind of saw that before, but I was wondering if they'll fix that later. I don't know. On the rails, however, you should possibly do without the boost because Sonic increases in speed significantly, so there's not always enough time to react. Okay. Alright. Sonic finds itself the correct open zone. The path to the final zone is long. Was quite linear and probably intended to total section. Alright, let's find enemies in the cage. Upper world. Fishing spots, Singapore, okay. And then we got the Cocos. Haven't seen many cutscenes. Sounds much deeper and more serious than Frontiers. Public demo was already convincing, but the soundtrack wasn't always easy to hear due to the volume. Unfortunately, we couldn't identify any other vocal themes than in Sky Sanctuary. The gameplay fits with the graphics, not quite. There were often washed out noisy textures and not everything seemed really coherent. This was different in the other demo. Okay. Ares Island demo and my hype is raised. Let's play something else. I mean, we're talking about Sandy Island, right? So let's go with... He had a great start. Alright, bring it on. First of all, my goal when playing Ares Island was to find as many side space levels as possible, which wasn't crowned with great success. Which enabled me to explore a lot of the island, but didn't take a closer look at many things. Nevertheless, I was able to discover a lot of things because the island is incredibly big. And that's one of the images we saw for it. Can you run on the water? I wonder if they let you. Demo of gameplay with Ares Island, the second island. Started in the middle of the island with a pre-made save. I need to contact EGX and see if they'll give me like some press abilities, because I want to try out the second island as well. I never be using my channel clout to get nothing. You know, I want some free shit. I want to play the demo early. Like, fuck, I want to play Ares Island. I want to try it out. Cover canyons and mountains. Graphics look much better than in the demo on the show floor. So probably a more recent build of the game. But yeah, Ares Island seems to be a real demo. Yeah, Ares Island probably wasn't a real demo. It's probably just the game. And they just put you on a pre-made save and said play for 30 minutes and bounce. Scared felt the overall with many island. Okay, quick time. Okay, so elements that the first island didn't have. So we got quick time cannons, which have been used extensively in previous games. The Sonic Frontiers, they act like they didn't unleash it again. So that's the one where. That's the one like in Unleashed where it's like a cannon, but you gotta press the right button to go through it. Because it said quick time cannon, so it's like a Q to E version. So we're looking for the Unleashed one, which doesn't show up here, but you know what I'm talking about. It said it does act like the Unleashed one, so press the right button and you go, okay. We haven't seen that yet. They just mean the jump selectors. What the fuck is a jump selector? Yeah, like the one where you press X and then it goes one way. You press square and then it goes the other way, right? Square pushes you forward. X pushes you up. It's that shit, right? Anyway, so we know Knuckles on the second island, trapped in a cage, collecting 28 memory tokens, which are distributed very generously on the island. He can be freed. In the shortcut scene, he hasn't lost his memory as initially assumed, and there's a small amusing verbal exchange with Sonic. He doesn't seem to be able to free his friends easily because after opening the cage, he seems to hurt his arm. And his arm gets a glitch effect, as we already know from Sage. He's also seen in the story trailer. He describes as a side effect of cyberspace. The memory tokens can be collected by passing platforming sections. Okay, so we got some mention of the platforming sections. He's saying to even get the memory tokens, you have to pass platforming sections. So if you need 28 memory tokens, does that mean there's at least 28 platforming sections on the island? So there's probably gonna be more platforming that we just haven't seen yet. Whether it's quality or not, I don't know, but there's gotta be more. Enemy types were different compared to Kronos Island. Yeah, I don't want to read too much about combat because I already know much about that. They found the Green Zone cyberspace level. So they're on the second island and they're still getting Green Hill Zone cyberspace levels. And then Chemical Plant as well. Cyberspace levels are played at different times of the day. Saw Green Hill is part of both demos during the day and the evening. City level name unknown during the day and night. I tossed the time, I keep stressing my mind. This was independent of the prevailing time of the day from the overworld. Okay, so what they're saying is it could be daytime on the island, but the cyberspace could be nighttime. The second cyberspace zone in Ares Island was a 3D chemical plant whose level design we couldn't directly assign to another game. Both levels had no real completion. So Does that mean that you're gonna see all the cyberspace environments in every island? So if it's like Green Hill, Chemical Plant, Sky Sanctuary, the city one, maybe a fifth area, and then every single island you're gonna see Green Hill, Chemical Plant, Sky Sanctuary, yada 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 yada. There's gonna be a lot of acts of Green Hill, Chemical Plant, Sky Sanctuary if that's the case. Alright, we've got a lot more to go through. Ares Island seemed a whole lot bigger than Kronos Island. Narrow canyons which could be traversed a variety of ways. Wide areas, mountains you can reach. Mountains you can reach your platforming sections. Yeah, this is what I want to hear more about, the platforming shit. I want to know what the platforming is like. What we haven't seen yet. How engaging is it? You know what I mean? That's what's going to excite me, right? If there's some good platforming in this open world. Small temples, cases, and much more. The island has a desert theme. It's incredibly varied. So don't let the first thoughts fool you. The proportion of platform sections was very large, and some of them were divided into different paths. So there were enough hidden. This is what I want to hear more of. Thank you. This is what I want to see. Man, I need to play this. I need to play this second demo because it sounded more interesting. The platform shit is what I want to hear about. Okay. All right. In the business area, also give the opportunity to listen to the sound more closely. Overall theme was fairly calm and consistent. That makes sense. It's the open world, can't be too intense on the music. There's another voice besides Sage that accompanies you and acts as kind of a guide. We don't know who that is. There's a different voice. Fishing. Okay, yeah. Fishing. Day and night system. There are nights that behave similarly to the Blood Moon in Breath of the Wild. Enemies respawn and shooter style 4 takes place. Okay. They can be collected for the duration of the night or a type of slot machine that's permanently displayed on the screen at night. Okay. Cocoa rings or purple tokens. Okay. Spot the Chaos Emerald on the island. Already in the initial presentation, I asked why I could already get hold of at least 4 of the emeralds on the first island. I didn't want to be told more details, but media colleague commented it might be story related, but said that was an interesting theory. Isn't the theory that you're gonna collect the emeralds on every island, and then you lose them and you have to collect it again, essentially? The boosts behave differently here than on Kronos Island. But the boosts behave differently on a different island. At a certain number of rings, a small cutscene plays the Sonic games are lightning, or similar to that in the Sonic movie. Okay. I don't have a noticeable gameplay difference here yet, but when you reach the maximum ring counter, here you have an infinite boost as long as you didn't lose any rings. This is very different from the Kronos Island demo and an interesting concept to make rings more important again, since there's no life count. So you hit a certain amount of rings, and then your boost becomes infinite, as long as you don't lose rings, so like don't get hit basically. So maybe that's gonna be in Kronos Island as well, but the Kronos Island demo is potentially just an earlier build, so they haven't implemented that part yet. I don't know. Could be interesting though, because it rewards holding onto your rings, which you're gonna be losing your rings through the combat, right? Because there's no health bar. The user interface HUD is nice to design. A lot of information, but it's never disturbing. Yeah, I think the HUD is pretty nice looking. A compass, yeah, targets. Also available on Ares Island in the underwater section. Sonic can be controlled underwater in 3D, and the boost bar is consumed by an oxygen bar. Okay. Sonic can move freely underwater, but will sink down like a rock, like in Sonic Adventure, for example. I've not tested more precisely what happens when the oxygen bar runs out. Well, death happens, right? I mean, that's a standard. The most interesting part of the demo wasn't all that, but the story that I could see. I mean, I hope the story is not the most interesting part of the game. The game should be the most interesting part of the game. The seriousness of the cutscene really surprised me considering recent games. Okay, that's good. Sonic wasn't kidding, but seemed almost genuinely concerned and really didn't understand the chance against Stein, so he decided to run away. What followed was a game section that's almost comparable to the bosses from Sonic Unleashed, with the difference that you don't defeat the boss, but you flee from him. It seems very different. There's primarily a quick step section on a fixed path, but offers a lot of variety at Alpha 2. Different levels you could choose from. Quick step, homing attack, and wall run were used a lot on each selectable level, with different obstacles that were thrown in your way. Accompanied by really fantastic and exciting music, this race really caught me. I was particularly surprised that we don't just have a simple quick step section, as you know from Sonic Forces. You can actually choose different levels with different obstacles that got in your way. Okay, yeah, I think it's starting to copy the text again. Hold on. Okay. Sad news for friends of CGI cutscenes that don't seem to be in the game. I don't see why the game would need CGI cutscenes. The graphics are fine. Graphics look bad compared to Kronos Island, but all that glitters is not gold. All that glitters is not gold. Gold is not reality. A major negative point that has existed since the game was able to pop in. Objects and level parts only appear very late and not very far from the player. Didn't notice it that much on Kronos Island, but very much on Ares Island. A minor technical hiccup. I mean, you just said a major negative point, and then on the same point you said it was a minor hiccup. I mean, is it major or minor? Frontier is awesome. I was really skeptical before. I didn't really like what I saw. However, as I've said in interviews, playing the game is far better than just watching it. While I was only in a positive mood after the Kronos Island demo, Ares Island finally convinced me completely. The cutscenes are great so far, both in terms of animation, story, and voice acting. Side space levels are short but fun, but it would be nice if they got longer. The fact that they consist of familiar level pieces from previous Sonic games, at least to a large extent, didn't bother me, but rather as a nice homage. Since they aren't the main focus of the game, I can live with that. Anniversary excuse. I don't think anniversary means you must rehash. I mean, just because Gems did it, it shouldn't really have become a trend, but now it has become one. The game has undergone a major evolution. It didn't reinvent the wheel, but adds new things, familiar elements. Even the two islands are able to allude to an incredible amount of content. Frontiers would feel like Sonic Forces would feel like half playthrough and half-hour demo. Here you only see a fraction of an island, and there are 5 of them. Some of the side quests seem a little unnecessary. They could have gone into more detail on the side quests. I would love to see that. But the game mode doesn't get the feeling of being too empty or overcrowded. Many different areas and structures and a high variety of homes help a lot. The UI is cheap and offers a lot of information, but it's not annoying. Hype was aroused. I want to say one thing to every fan who was worried: please don't dissect every frame of gameplay recordings to small. It's a bit late for that one. It's a bit late for that. Playing is different. I really don't want to believe it myself either, and I took it as marketing talk. It does feel like marketing talk. Has the potential to play at the top of the ranks of modern Sonic games. I mean, definitely ain't touching no heroes though. Let's keep it 100. It's very interesting. I like that he actually went into a bit more detail on the platforming stuff. But they're really harping on this. You know, you gotta play it. You know, it's not being done justice on the looking at it shit. Which usually with a game, I could judge based on looking. So this whole idea of you gotta play it, it's a very new concept, right? Obviously, I want to play it so I can form opinions. I can't just go and play it now because I'm not at Gamescom, and I think Gamescom is over, so I can't do that. But you know, EGX is like late September, so it's gonna be a while for us in the UK. But I do want to play it. I want to see if my opinion changes. I do. Have I seen the AC Mirage leak? Is that like a recent leak, like today? AC Mirage leak. Sorry, Sonic fans. I'll get back to our Lord and Savior right now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that after the stream. We're gonna end the stream soon anyway. Alright, later, so I think we're almost done with the stream anyway, unless anyone's got some other shit they want me to see, because I think this is the last article and it seems like a short one. No. What music am I looking for? Let's go with the... Is it White Cave or Green Cave? There we go. Anyway, we got Game Informer. Who the fuck is this dude? Sonic Frontiers is the first Sonic game I want to play since Dreamcast. Here we go. Even though Heroes is go-to, you can say some shit like this. Let me save us all some time. I'm not gonna tell you the size of Sonic's shoes in Sonic Frontiers. I can't tell you Amy's relationship status. I don't even know who she is besides being the cute pink one. So we know you're a furry. I'm certainly not an expert on Sonic games. I can tell you that Sonic Frontiers is the first entry in the series I've been looking forward to since the Dreamcast. For reference, the last time I was excited to play through the Sonic game was attached to the Dreamcast kiosk at my local Target. And to be fair, the awkward jumping over the racetrack in the Sonic Adventure demo was a great reason to bug my mom for a new Sega console. Fast forward 20 years, and I'm sitting behind closed doors Gamescom appointment to play Sonic Frontiers for the first time. While I'm not a fan of the series, I've always liked the concept of the games. I enjoy modern music, I like going fast, I definitely like the Green Hill Zone. I'm so glad they brought that one back, I'm so happy. I love that shit. My hands-on session begins on Ares Island, the second island. It's a giant desert with stone ruins and roller coaster-like tracks scattered across the massive dunes. In other areas, floating platforms just into the sky. These are many obstacles populating the open zones of Frontiers, designed to test Sonic's traversal and combat abilities. Sonic feels pleasing to control. I love using his air dash to change gear into versatile combos to reach far off platforms and the way objects in the foreground blur as I speed by. Importantly, I feel in control most of the time. But what makes this Sonic different? Why am I suddenly interested? It has a lot to do with Frontier's new approach to levels, open zones. Also, Brian Shea sparked my curiosity with his excellent car story. That's that Game Informer guy who's been doing basically all of the Frontier stuff on Game Informer. So this dude is a different dude to that guy, who's obviously more of a Sonic fan. One of my main gripes with past releases is that Sonic's speed often made it hard to see what's ahead. That's why you didn't play Heroes, because you couldn't see what was ahead. Okay. I appreciate Frontier's more extensive open level designs because it's easy to see obstacles in advance and adequately maneuver around them. This dude would have loved colors, and plenty of time to see what's ahead. There's always a curiosity on the horizon I want to explore. As I zoom through the desert, I see an installation lurking in the distance. Naturally, I run to it. Suddenly, I realize this isn't a building or other common challenge. This is an enormous boss I've awakened. Oh shit. The mechanical being begins to launch giant discs at me. After a quick dodge, I jump atop the rings, start riding on them. The trail of sparks follow my feet as I skate around the ring's circumference, eventually transforming the rail to pure white. Then I jump to the next, slightly higher ring and repeat the process another time. Sonic eventually lands on a higher, much larger set of rails protecting the boss's vulnerable center. And now the giant machine begins firing lasers, turning the path ahead into a death trap. This marks the beginning of an incredibly cool, intense experience, requiring plenty of jumps, dodges, and rail switches. Dance music begins to whirl in my ears as I speed around the perimeter, jumping, dodging. Yo, Marshall donated $2 and said, I really wish every journalist started an article like that to see like a fit in series. Yeah, to know what their stance is on the series before starting is good. Although I wish they could do it without going 06, werehog wolf, princess, you know. But you know, it is important to know where they stand. I finally activate every ring and then the defense system crashes, leaving the robot's core wide open. As I pummel the boss's bar to zero, I begin to have a creeping suspicion that perhaps I've made a grave mistake. Maybe Sonic games are good actually, and I've missed out on decades of fun. Well, you missed out on 1 decade of fun because you skipped everything since 2001. You've got at least 01 to 11 to play through. Definitely that. With little time left in my demo, I sequester my doubts and race off into the sands. There's a lot to discover in Sonic Frontiers, and I'm just getting started. So no real talk of like platforming. Yeah, that's the old article. I think that's all we got for today. Unless you lot got something else. You seen that? Filter by today. What do we got? Oh, Sam is live. Sonic team is listening. Played Frontiers for 1 hour. Exclusive new gameplay and screenshots. This is a vlog. Hate versus criticism. Interesting. This Frontiers cyberspace level is insane. Multiple pathways? This is the one they're calling insane? Okay. What the fuck is this? Someone me to do on Switch Forces thing. I don't see anything new. Apparently there's not gonna be a free demo. Check Twitter. When you say check Twitter, you gotta be a bit more specific. Playing the exclusive 45-minute press demo of Sonic Frontiers, and then he plays the public demo. Okay, so this is the public demo.
Able to hear the in-game sound.
So we've seen this. Well, not this exact person, but we've seen the.
Bells. Then we're finally rushing through the design. Sadly, I wasn't able to play much of it since I was taking too much time exploring. Then it was finally time. I got to play the exclusive version for invited guests of Sega. 45 additional minutes of Sonic Frontiers brand new open zone.
They got 45 minutes. Shit.
Available in the public area. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to record inside while playing to obviously avoid spoilers. But Sega sent me and other journalists a press kit with more footage of the game and new screenshots. I want to show those right now.
And that's the footage that we've been seeing. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we've seen that. The insane city, though, people are calling this insane. Is he gonna give his opinions though? That's what I wanted to hear.
Great. But my actual favorite moment this whole Gamescom was the moment I met Takashi Iizuka, the producer of Sonic Frontiers and director of the Sonic Adventure series. He was so kind to me, and we even took a picture together. You probably saw that one already if you follow me on social media. If not, follow me right now. Links are down in the description below. After that highlight, I was chilling at Gamescom, played some Smash Bros. Ultimate with the crowd, and even
Man, are you documenting this shit? Like, you just telling us that you played it to brag? Like, where the fuck the opinions at? Like, what did you think? Like, you ain't talking. You showing the screenshots, but like, what did you think of the demo? Showing us the gameplay, no opinions. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, I want to hear some opinions. Anyway. I think we're done. I think we've gone through everything. I'm trying to see if there's anything new on the bird app. Holy fuck. Sonic Twitter just tweeted this. 500 million people have played that Roblox Sonic shit. Well, I said visitors. I don't know if it counts repeat playthroughs. I doubt 500 million people actually played this. Probably just people coming back. But, you know, it's still an accomplishment. Because, I mean, it wasn't all that. So for people to come back that much, I mean, good on them, I guess. Anyway, I think Weez is done here. I didn't think I was gonna be live for 4 hours. I thought it was gonna be in and out by like an hour and a half max. Let me do one more poll. Alright. Polls up. Let's see what you lot saying. What's this tweet you sent me? Oh shit. Oh, hold on. Hold the Bahoni. Sonic 06 HUD, 06 Definitive Experience 4.0, and a new update to Sonic 2006 is now available. Let's quickly take a look at this trailer and then let's see what we got here. Taking a little small tangent before I end the stream. Alright, so we got Blaze. Oh, you can use her ability from the set. Okay. I see you. I see you. Double jump, yeah. Character hugs, okay. All bosses and missions, okay. Why are we looking at Tamio? What's going on in Tamio? Oh, you can use the hard elements even for Tamio. Who's using Tamio though? Recreate 06 result screen, okay. At least looking like a zombie over there. So they've added the missions on the 6 as well. Sonic Man. Man, they added the menus to this is Gen. This is Generations, guys. This is Generations. This is crazy. Man, they really overhauled this shit. Wave Ocean Blaze, okay. This is really Generations. You see, if Forces was fire, they wouldn't be modern gens this hard to this day. They would have been on Forces by now. This just goes to show how mid Forces was, because the fact that they going this hard for gens to this day. What? Extra stage gems training ground? Ooh. So you practice the gem in the area designed for. Okay. Alright. So you got the moon jumping shit. That's the grappling one. This gem would have been fire in Frontiers. This one in particular. This grappling gem, using that would have been fire in an open world, could have been fire. Durabilities and stages. They fucking put the gems in the gens. In gens. That is crazy. Ugh, that is crazy, man. Oh, wait, we're not done. Oh, shit. Super. Okay. They got the Rush music in there as well. What do they call it? Burning Blaze? Ugh. Yeah, that looks fire. I need to check that out. I'll probably stream it. Probably not tomorrow because I ain't streaming out my birthday. You know, I want to chill a bit. Maybe on early September or something like that. We'll see. Where's the music? Oh yeah, we got a poll to discuss. Hold on. Before we dip. I asked everyone, what's the most important thing for you in the Francis Report gameplay? I said platforming challenges, combat, puzzles, and then just exploring the world. For me, this would probably be second place. Combat would be third, puzzles fourth, platforming challenges first. Huh, that's interesting. So platforming and then just exploring the world are tied. So from what we've seen of Frontiers, the combat looks decent. The exploration factor definitely seems like it's going to be decent. But the platforming challenges is what we're not sure of yet. So the fact that that's currently just about winning the poll, it is a big red flag, a big asterisk right now, right? Because we have decent amount of faith in the combat. We have decent amount of faith in the fact that exploring the world will be interesting. There's people, they said 6 people are playing the same island for 30 minutes and they were all in different areas. So it's clear there's a lot of area to explore. So we've got faith in the combat, faith in the exploration of the world. but we've got very little faith in the puzzles based on what we've seen over basic, and the platforming seems basic as well. So yeah, these are the 4 main things that you're gonna be doing in the world realistically, and this one being one of the most important things. To me, the most important thing. We'll have to see if they deliver. Anyway, I think we're done for today. Make sure to subscribe to the non-Sonic channel, link in the description. Premulus is popping off. It's fire over there. I closed the wrong thing. It's fire over there. If you like non-Sonic content while still seeing my face and voice, you know where to find me. If Frontiers comes out, once I play it, if it's not fire, you know, you're not seeing me upload here as often. Don't be like Prem disappeared. He was here on Premulus. They ain't going nowhere. Although we still got that modern 2D game that's reportedly coming next year, so there might be news to cover on that. I don't know. We'll see on that. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. All hail the Sonic. We'll see what happens when we get more Frontiers news. I don't know when that will be. The game's coming out November 8th. But we know EGX is in September, so we'll probably get something new there. I wonder if the EGX demo will be the same one as the Gamescom, or if they'll give us more in that demo. I hope we get more. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell. But yeah, thanks you guys for watching. It's been real. Remy out.